So the Sox get the sweep. Now they head out on that 9-game road trip, and hey, I'm doing the show.
Talk to anchors anytime via Twitter or blog. Catch us on Sports Night and CSNChicago.com. Comcast Sportsnet fans' best friend.
And check in on the White Sox top prospects. That's coming up on Sports Night.
Every morning, catch up on everything happening in Chicago sports with Sports Rise. It's the perfect way to start your sports day. Sports Rise every morning only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Here's Keith to Versteeg. The drive, he scores! Chris Versteeg! And the Hawks with 90 seconds remaining have the lead. Sharp with a shot to save everyone. Hossa open net. Marion Hossa. Some dogged board work leads to a rebound goal. Broken up by Bolden. The race is on. David Bolden trying to get to the goal. He's in short-handed. He scores! David Bolden! A determined effort. Bolden with a shorty.
Hi, I'm Patrick Kane. You're watching the home of Chicago Blackhawks hockey on Comcast Sportsnet.
In about 30 minutes, the Cubs are set to open interleague play in Texas. We have the game for you right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Len and Bob with first pitch just after 7 o'clock. The Hawks don't sound like a team up 2-0.
And we're going to come out and play with desperation. We're treating it as a must-win game.
The Hawks and Sharks set for a physical Game 3.
You can already sense now there's some little hatreds kind of starting a little bit.
Meanwhile, Julius Peppers makes his debut.
I'm fitting in great.
Plus, find out how he thinks LeBron would fit in Chicago. A familiar face returns to the Cubs bullpen, and the Sox hope Mark Burley can return to his form. It's time for Sports Night.
I think it's probably more for the married guys, you know, to get away from their wives.
Nah, it's for everybody, and it starts right now.
This is GMC Sports Night.
They are ready for Game 3 on the west side. Dustin Bufflin's in the house. 6 goals in the postseason so far. Siebes is there. Boley's there. So is Anthony Emmy. They're all getting ready for Game 3. Hello and welcome to GMC Sports Night. I'm Luke Stuckmeyer. The Hawks are 6 wins away from hoisting Lord Stanley's Cup. After winning the first 2 games of the Western Conference Finals on the road, the players spent this afternoon in hotel rooms downtown instead of going home. They're trying to keep that winning mojo going. For the very latest, we go live out the United Center concourse, bringing our post-game live crew, Steve Conroy and Chris Bowden. Guys, did you stay at a hotel this afternoon?
I can't say I did. You, Steve? No?
I did not, and I was in the friendly confines of my own house.
Very good. You know, the last time that we were here with all the Blackhawk diehards, the Hawks were 9 wins away from a Stanley Cup. And it stayed that way after they fell to 3-3 at home in that Game 5 loss to Vancouver. Well, after 3 road victories, we're now 6 wins away. And Steve, based on what we've seen between then and now, and maybe Joel Quenneville's philosophy this afternoon, how confident are you we can get down to 5 after tonight?
Well, I'm real confident, and I think there's a quiet confidence on the Blackhawks too, and I just love their approach this morning. You know, no one was giddy about where they stand right now. They realize there's still a lot of work, and if you know anything about playoff series, the third game is always the toughest to win, and they realize that San Jose is probably going to change their game plan. There may be some line changes. This will be their most desperate game too, so they realize that this game is going to be the toughest one to win of them all.
Well, we'll take a look at a little bit of the strategies and a closer look at this series in just a moment. But for the here and now, you know, the Sharks really need this one. If they fall behind tonight and lose this one, it is a 3-0 series deficit, virtually impossible to rebound from unless they think they're the Philadelphia Flyers and the Blackhawks or the Boston Bruins. For more on that and how the Hawks are handling that, Sarah Kustok has our press pass inside the Blackhawks locker room. She is right outside there right now. Take a look at how the Hawks are taking this game number 3 back in their own barn. Sarah?
Hey, Chris, well, exactly what you and Steve are talking about. The Hawks may be up 2-0 in this series, but they're not taking for granted the position they're in and what is at stake. The players said they saw what happened in Montreal with a win over Philly last night. It entirely changed the complexion of the series, and that is not a shift in the momentum that the Hawks want to see. So that is why they said they are not downplaying the magnitude of tonight's game.
They obviously want to try and get a win on the road and you know, do what they can here. So you know, for us, we're treating it as a must-win game because you know, they're a great team, and if we give them any momentum, they're gonna maybe be able to run with it. So you know, we really want to try and step on them a little bit tonight and get game 3.
Our attitude needs to be this is a must-win. When we've had that attitude in the playoffs, we've been pretty good. You saw against Vancouver, the game we lost at home. Game 5, it was just we had a relaxed attitude. We didn't have the right approach, the right kind of attitude. And if we have that must-win, that desperate attitude tonight, you know, hopefully we'll turn that kind of momentum around at home.
Now, before and during the Vancouver series, there was a lot of talk about the hated rivalry. We didn't have that same discussion prior to the San Jose series, but it's interesting talking to the players now. I know Pat Boyle is going to get into this a little bit more later in the show. The players feel that things are starting to heat up. The rivalry is building, and a lot of these players are starting to create some dislike with each other, which should make for some interesting hockey as the series continues. But that is going to do it from down here. Chris, Steve, back upstairs to you guys.
All right, thanks very much, Sarah. And yeah, it did start to get a little more physical, more than usual in the latter stages of game number 2. But Steve, San Jose has gotten off to good starts in each of the first 2 games of the series. First 10 minutes or so, they've looked pretty strong, and gradually the Hawks have regained control of the tempo as the game has gone along. How have they done that? I know there's one sequence from the other night that really sticks out to you as to how they've done this.
Well, first off, you're right. San Jose started off great in both games, and it was the goaltending that really kept them in there. But watch what happens with the 2 number 1, well, make the one line for San Jose, the 4 guys swarming the puck. And we're talking about Healy, Marleau, and Thornton. And this is the Bolo line. I should point out Brent Seabrook and Duncan Keith always out there when Thornton's out there. They keep them hemmed in their own zone. They're going to get a good scoring opportunity. Watch the punishing hit by Dave Bolin here. Absolutely knocks Vlasic off the puck, off his skates. And one Vlasic will remember a scoring opportunity out front, shot wide, but they keep the puck and they keep cycling it. And keep in mind, this is supposed to be what Thornton's doing down at the other end, but it's the Blackhawks doing it in front of the Sharks net. Finally, they break it out, and watch what happens. Joe Thornton gets a great opportunity, kind of an odd man rush, but look at the support. 4 guys back again, an ill-advised pass. They turn it back up ice, and as the puck goes across ice, you'll see up in the top left corner, a couple of guys changing. 3 guys will make a change because they realize Thornton's probably tired now. He'll be changing. So if you look at the time on the clock, 14:41, that was early in the second period. The San Jose Shark fans were effectively taken out of the game. Yeah. They started booing their team. 2 minutes later, the Blackhawks end up scoring a goal, the Dustin Byfuglien goal. So that shift, more than any, was kind of a microcosm of what we've seen in the first couple games.
And let's talk a little bit more about Dave Bolin. You saw that sequence there where the puck possession really turned in the Blackhawks' favor. That kept the shots down against Antiniemi compared to game number 1. But Bolin, he was a thorn in the side of the Sedin line in that Vancouver series. And now Thornton, Marleau, Heatley, they've combined for 103 points, 103 goals, 255 points, and now he's in their hair.
Yeah, he's got that junkyard dog mentality, and he's built more like a greyhound, and he's obviously getting into the skin of Joe Thornton. You see the wicked slash. Thornton didn't get a penalty there. He did get a penalty later on in the game, and it's right here, and that could have broken a guy's wrist. And at first I thought it was just the way he was holding it, but you know what that tells me? That he is in the head of Joe Thornton, and Joe Thornton, one of the most elite players in the NHL. Dave Bolin has gotten under his skin. He's gotten into his head. And I remember talking to Joel Quenneville last year saying, you know, who are some of the better players? He said, without a doubt, his best forward last year was Dave Bolin. He's starting to play that way again, and we shouldn't underestimate the effect of his line mates too. Andrew Ladd, Christopher Steek, and the 2 guys who are on the back end most of the time too, Seabrook and Keith.
And Bolin took a while for him to get healthy and really wasn't himself at the end of the regular season. Good thing he is up to speed right now at the most important time of the season. Pat Boyle is going to come out here in a few minutes, talk a little bit about the Sharks' mindset heading into game number 3 here at the United Center. That's going to do it from us for now. Along with Steve Conroy, I'm Chris Bowden. Luke, let's send it back to you in the studios downtown.
All right, thanks, guys. We'll see you again later in the show. Now, the game is on Versus, but C-Bode and K-Royd will still bring you the best post-game coverage anywhere. It's Smirnoff Vodka Blackhawks post-game live with all the interviews. Steve will have the analysis and the breakdown. It's tonight after Cubs post-game live. Now, we told you this was coming on Wednesday. Now it's official. Veteran reliever Bob Howery is back with the Cubs. The Cubs send Justin Berg to AAA, designate David Patton for assignment to make room on the 40-man roster. Howery available out of the bullpen for tonight's game against the Texas Rangers.
He's a good guy in the clubhouse. Yeah, we brought him here to pitch, obviously, and we think that one thing that we noticed about Bob when we had him here is that the summer progressed, he pitched better. So let's hope it's the case here and he helps us. But I'm happy to have him back here. Well, he's had good success with Larry Rothschild, our pitching coach. So hopefully he can come back to the form that he had here a few years for us. He pitched well.
And here's a look at Lou's lineup as the Cubs open this set in Arlington. Fukudome and Terrio at the top, both guys hitting .310. In fact, 5 of the first 6 batters tonight are hitting over .300. Soriano will bat cleanup in Lou's lineup tonight. Ramirez off at third base with a sore thumb. Mike Fontenot gets the start. On the south side, Mark Burley taking the ball for the White Sox against the Marlins. Burley looking for his first win in more than a month. His last win was April 11th. Minutes ago, the always brutally honest Ozzie Guillen talked about his job and the White Sox struggles.
The day I don't want to fight anymore, I quit as a baseball player. Well, I don't have a reason to it. I could have played hanging out for another 4 or 5 years. And I turned that thing easy. As a manager, I might quit for a couple of days and come back and have another job. I will have another job. Don't worry about it. That's why people say, you're going to get fired? It's not in my hands. I do. I already got plans. Make sure they send me all my pictures because my wife here, and you can eBay this shit and put somebody out. Give it to the kids. But the only thing I want from here is my family picture. Everything out. I know this is my that I pay all this. All the furniture, all the mine. That I eBay that. Send it to someone's school, they can use it.
Okay, eBay. Bears minicamp starts in Lake Forest. We'll hear from Julius Peppers on the first official practice. Plus, Peppers weighs in on where he thinks LeBron James should play. And Chris Bosh tells his agent there are only 5 teams that he will accept a sign and trade to. We'll tell you if the Bulls are on that list. Plus, we'll head back to the United Center and hear from the Sharks' Ryan Clough, who says the Sharks can't afford stupid penalties like slashing Dave Bolin in Game 2.
A 315 horsepower, 5.3-liter V8. 21 highway NPG. 20-inch wheels. And a heart of chrome. GMC Sierra. Get 0% APR for 72 months on Sierra half tons. Rated a Consumer's Digest Best Buy. Or choose $5,000 cash back on most Sierras.
We've all been there, face-to-face with the list, the honey-do list. But with CLR, it's easy to cut the list down to size. Start in the bathroom with that shower head. Give it a quick dip in some CLR and see how strong it can really run. CLR is great for the washer and dishwasher, too. Same thing with a coffee maker. For its best-tasting brew, use CLR to clean your tools and make them shine. And CLR is safe for the environment. CLR has what you need to make fast work of any cleaning job around your house. CLR is available at these stores.
There's nothing like seeing Blackhawks hockey in stunning high definition. And there's nothing like watching the biggest new DVD releases on breathtaking Blu-ray. Bring home the best in home entertainment with the Sylvania HD LCD flat screen and the outstanding Sylvania Blu-ray disc player. Available today at Sears.
This program on Comcast Sportsnet presented to you in high definition by Sylvania HD LCD TVs and Blu-ray disc players. You must see baseball in stunning high definition.
Tonight's GMC professional grade player is Montreal goaltender Yaroslav Halak. The Canadiens netminder making 25 saves in their 5-1 win last night against the Flyers. Philly still has the series lead, though, in the Eastern Conference Finals. For the very latest on tonight's big Game 3 at the United Center, we go live out to Pat Boyle on the concourse. Pat, we know these two teams like to get up and down the ice, but we're starting to see some physical play.
That's right, Luke. This is not the Vancouver series where we had the physicality from the previous playoffs or the regular season meetings, but the individual battles increase with every game. You remember what happened in the last shift or in the last contest, and it really comes down to how you handle that physical play and walk the line between the hard hits and taking foolish penalties. Now, when you take a look at the stats so far, the hits have been pretty even, with the Hawks having the slight advantage in Game 1, the Sharks taking the honors in Game 2 the other night. But when it comes to walking the line, we saw Joe Thornton's frustration get the best of him when he slashed Dave Bolin in Game 2. Uncharacteristic of Joey T, but Troy Brouwer and the Hawks know the hard hits are only going to increase as this series moves on.
As series go on, you know, rivalries and grudges get created, and you know, you're seeing it as a result of the last couple games. You know, guys on our team are doing a great job. You know, there are guys on their team getting under our skin as well, so it goes both ways. But it's, you know, it's those kinds of rivalries and grudges that make the games fun, and you know, just good to be a part of.
Suspected to be a physical game. I mean, I think it's been pretty physical so far. It's probably only going to get more heated, but probably nothing, you know, stupid. Probably more between the whistles, and try to avoid the stuff after the whistles. Just it's too hard to be sitting in the box and having your team down, and you know, it'll cost you. And if we can, you know, draw a couple of penalties like that, it'll be good. But you know, we've done a pretty good job throughout the whole playoffs of keeping our discipline.
So far, Seabrook and Douglas Murray lead the way for their respective clubs in hits with 11 each. The Sharks are going to try to get their offense back on track, try to figure out a way to avoid the Dave Bolin checking line, but that's going to be tough with the Hawks having the last change on home ice. More on the line change situations coming up with Chris and Steve in our next segment when Sports Night rolls on here from the United Center. Let's send it back to you in the studio, Luke.
All right, Pat, appreciate it. We'll see you on later on tonight. Meanwhile, we turn to football. Bears minicamp underway. New tight end Brandon Manumaleuna and wide receiver Earl Bennett sat out the first drills. Both had knee scopes recently, but the Bears say they should be just fine by training camp. Our Kip Lewis has the rest of the scoop from day one at Hallis Hall.
Day one of the Bears' three-day minicamp was also the debut of the NFL's biggest off-season free agent acquisition, Julius Peppers. The defensive end says he's already feeling at home in his new surroundings.
Well, I've been here for a while. I've been around the guys in the locker room for a couple of months now, so it's not really that uncomfortable feeling of getting to know everybody. It's just a good feeling to get out here and actually do some football stuff with them.
We're not in pads right now, but we've seen a lot of good things from him. He's a special athlete. He'll make a lot of plays for us. Just seemed like the entire group looks a little bit better with him in it.
On the other side of the ball, all eyes were on the Bears' new offense. The new playbook appears to be heavy on shifting and motion, as well as deeper pass routes. Jay Cutler has had a couple of months to study it and digest it, and likes what he sees.
Whenever it's clicking, it's very, very, very hard to stop. Like I was saying, it's very unpredictable. Guys in a lot of different spots. I think that's one of Mike's strengths, is being able to dissect defenses and find the weaknesses, and you know, he's able to expose you in a hurry.
The quarterback's relationship with new offensive coordinator Mike Martz also appears off to a good start.
They had mutual respect for each other. I, of course, being in the middle, knew both of the guys, knew that it would be a good fit. Jay, of course, all players are looking for someone that can help their game. Mike can help Jay's game. He can help our offense.
Everything that everyone said about the system that's been in and been successful is they love it, and I can see why. It's very quarterback friendly. It puts you in a position to be very good.
Another important element to the passing game is how well this wide receiver core picks up and adjusts to this new offense. Here on day one, they spent much of their time getting coached up on everything from splits on their alignment to running routes the proper way in this new scheme. With the Bears at Hallis Hall, Kip Lewis, Comcast Sportsnet.
Kip, thanks. Speaking of the Bears, they want LeBron James in Chicago. First, it was Brian Urlacher saying his buddy LeBron would own this city. Now it's Julius Peppers. The big free agent says he'll be at every home game if LeBron comes to Chicago. Chris Bosch, another big name on the Bulls' radar, and the feeling is mutual. Bosch's agent telling the Toronto Raptors that he's narrowed his possibilities to 5 teams, and that includes the Bulls. The Lakers, Heat, Knicks, Raptors, and Bulls are his 5 teams. All right, back to the Blackhawks. More from our Hawks analyst Steve Conroy in a bit. He's going to break down the key matchups to watch for tonight in Game 3.
Hello, may I help you?
Yes, Clyde and Keith to see Emmett Smith. Emmett, your gray facial hair has put you in a rocking chair. Your beard is weird. Your stash is trash. Oh, it's bad.
Just for Men Gel penetrates tough gray and puts it away in 5 easy minutes. His edge is back.
He's right on track.
Backfield in motion.
He moves and grooves. He scores! Just for Men Gel.
Keep your edge.
I got new carpet for this entire room, but I only had to pay for this much of it.
Empire's 60% off sale is on again, and it's better than ever. Shop at home and save 60% on quality name brand carpet with no interest for 1 year. And we install next day.
You can get a lot more carpet for a whole lot less.
60% off is huge. Call today.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today.
It's another perfect day out here today.
Can I get you anything else?
We got to get back to work.
On the move. We even saw a kid taking a bath in a water fountain. Whoop, I spoke too soon. This just in. A freak storm is blowing into the area. We're going to be experiencing hurricane-force winds and dense fog, followed by sheets of driving rain. Stay inside, hunker down, grab a beer. This is going to be a long one.
Buffalo Wild Wings. You have to be
We're
here.
receiving reports of hail the size of... Oh, boy.
Introducing Suzuki's free gas for summer event. Suzukis are built for fun, and they get great gas mileage. So how can Suzuki fuel your fun even more? We can give you free gas for the whole summer. Right now, buy any Suzuki, including the amazing all-new Kizashi Sports Sedan. And Suzuki will give you free gas all summer long. For the free gas for summer event, visit your local Suzuki dealer today. Now you can lease an all-wheel drive Kizashi S for just $229 a month for 48 months.
This program on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you by Suzuki and the amazing new Kizashi Sports Sedan.
Time to check out our DAP 3.0 current conditions in Arlington, Texas. 86 degrees, partly sunny, getting ready for first pitch, top of the hour, right here on Comcast Sportsnet. And the weather is perfect for a Blackhawks win inside the United Center. Let's go back to our post-game live crew. Chris Bowden and Steve Conroy on the concourse. Guys, take it away.
All right, thanks very much, Luke. We touched a little bit about Dave Bowen a few moments ago. But really, whatever Joel Quenneville's thrown out there has really caused some headaches for Todd McClellan, and he's even thinking of juggling some things around tonight.
Well, yeah, and you look at San Jose, they had home ice advantage, and they couldn't take advantage of the fact that they could keep people away from certain people. We highlighted Bolin there and Huskins, but look at the pressure San Jose's putting on the puck. Now, that's an aggressive forecheck, but you've got to have the defenseman involved because, look, Dave Bolin, all sorts of time. We highlighted Huskins. He's already 30 feet back, well back in the neutral ice area. So 9 seconds after the draw, those 3 guys change, and all of a sudden, Joel Quenneville has the matchup he wants. So no home ice advantage for Todd McClellan, and that might change tonight.
All right, yeah, he's got the last one tonight, so that's in his back pocket. Real quick, 3 keys to the game tonight.
Well, they're going to change their game plan. There's going to be pinching D from the Sharks, I believe. It's got to be Hossa time. He's played great, but he hasn't scored yet. Watch for him to have a big night. And then finally, simplify at home. And I think the Blackhawks have gotten into trouble trying to put a show on for the fans. They're knowledgeable here in Chicago. They can appreciate safe, simple plays, and that's how you're going to win at home.
Well, they've been talking about it all week. Let's see if that and the hotel factor from this afternoon ends up working in their favor. The Blackhawks look to make it a 3 games done lead on San Jose. Steve and I will be back afterwards for Postgame Live after Cubs Postgame Live. So switch on over and look for that. That's going to do it from us here. We're ready to play some hockey. Luke, let's send it back to you in the studio downtown.
All right, thanks, guys. Great stuff, and we'll see you in just a bit. Sports Night wrapping up in just a bit.
We want to see you in a Kia during the grand opening of Grosinger Kia. Why drive used when you could be driving a brand new Kia with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty for only $99 a month? That's right, new Kia's $99 a month. Or drive a new Kia Sorento for only $199 a month. Even if your credit isn't perfect, at Grosinger you can drive a new car now. Get to the grand opening sales event going on now at Grosinger Kia Lincolnwood.
Many will hear the calling.
Move it! Yes, sir!
Few will earn the title United States Marine. The few, the proud Marine.
At Davenport Furniture, home furniture shopping has become a completely new and fun experience with Furnish 123. Step 1, choose from 40 sofas. Each and every one is only $3.99. 2, choose any rug and any pair of lamps, each only $99. Then finish your room with a 3-piece table package for $199. 3, take it home and enjoy. Simply build your furniture set as you move through the store. Furnish 123, exclusively at Davenport Furniture, your Ashley dealer.
Quad Cities. Build a backyard of your dreams at the Swim Spa Hot Tub and Sauna Show this weekend. See rows and rows of hot tub saunas and swim spas, over 40 to choose from. This is the largest display of spas in the bi-state. Text spa sale to 41513. Get a $1,000 value pack free. Quad Cities, the Swim Spa Hot Tub and Sauna Show is this weekend only at the QCCA Expo Center. Don't miss the largest hot tub sale of the year. Admission is free. For info, log on to poolandspashow.com or call 1-800-SPA-SALE. That's 1-800-SPA-SALE.
This May on TNT, the battle for Western supremacy begins. After a season of drama, the intensity will rise even higher. The drama of win or go home takes center court in the Western Conference Finals. Only one will advance to challenge for the championship. Exclusive coverage of the Western Conference Finals is on TNT.
TNT's NBA Western Conference Finals are brought to you locally by the Heart and Vascular Center at the University of Iowa. Where you go does matter.
Welcome back. Some college basketball news on Sports Night. MJ's son is leaving the Fighting Illini. Jeff Jordan will not play his senior season in Champaign. He's decided to transfer after averaging roughly 14 minutes a game last year for Bruce Weber. Here's a look at our programming lineup for tonight. Cubs and Rangers next. That's followed by Sylvania Cubs postgame live. Then if the Blackhawks game is over, we will go immediately into Blackhawks postgame live with reaction from both locker rooms. Then Sports Night will recap the day in sports, including all your highlights from all your Chicago teams. We're out of time. I'm Luke Stuckmeyer. Thanks for watching GMC Sports Night. Don't forget, for sports information 24/7, visit our website, csnchicago.com. Cubs baseball coming up next on Comcast Sportsnet.
Sports Night on Comcast Sportsnet is presented to you by GMC. GMC, we are professional grade.
A 315 horsepower, 5.3-liter V8. 21 highway MPG. 20-inch wheels and a heart of chrome. GMC Sierra. Get 0% APR for 72 months on Sierra half-tons. Rated at Consumers Digest Best Buy. Or choose $5,000 cash back on most Sierras.
If you're getting off track and you want to get back, may take a lot of
Evolve.
There's nothing like seeing Blackhawks hockey in stunning high definition. And there's nothing like watching the biggest new DVD releases on breathtaking Blu-ray. Bring home the best in home entertainment with the Sylvania HD LCD flat screen and the outstanding Sylvania Blu-ray disc player. Available today at Sears.
So Doc, I've been thinking, you know how, no. So Doc, I've got this friend.
Talking to your doctor about erectile dysfunction isn't easy.
Actually, Doc, there is something I want to talk to you about.
But it's definitely a conversation worth having. 20 million men have had their Viagra talk. When you're ready for yours, visit Viagra.com for helpful conversation starters and to learn how Viagra can help. Ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for sex. Don't take Viagra if you take nitrates for chest pain, as it may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Side effects may include headache, flushing, upset stomach, and abnormal vision. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. Stop taking Viagra and call your doctor right away if you experience a sudden decrease or loss in vision or hearing. It's time to take a deep breath and ask your doctor if Viagra is right for you.
In Arlington, Texas for Chicago Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. It's opening night of interleague play for 2010. This year the Cubs will face all 4 teams from the American League West starting tonight against the first place Rangers. Hi again, everyone. Along with Bob Brenly, I'm Len Casper. The Cubs went 1-1 in Philadelphia. It's the first of 3 tonight here in Texas, and it's a return home of sorts for a few Cubs. The hitting coach Rudy Jaramillo and Marlon Byrd and Alfonso Soriano.
And you have to believe Byrd and Alfonso Soriano have alerted their teammates to the joys of hitting in this ballpark. Both guys had near-career seasons when playing here in Texas. Tremendous hitters ballpark. Hopefully the rest of their teammates can follow suit.
And they're playing a Texas team that's in first place in their division, best home record in baseball, and they've won their last 4 in a row.
Yeah, kind of surprising that the Rangers are in first place. They've played very well here at home. As you said, the Angels were the favorite to win that division. They're sputtering along, and the Mariners were the sweetheart pick out of spring training, but the Rangers are in first right now.
And Bob, this is an aggressive American League team, sack bunts and stolen bases.
Yeah, they rank 3rd in the American League in stolen bases. They will be very aggressive when they get guys on. Very important for Ted Lilly tonight to keep an eye on those runners.
And there's a jet stream out to right center on a night like this, and Ted's going to have to keep the ball down.
No question about it. They've got some power in this lineup to go along with the speed. You see what Ted did in his last start against the Pirates. He had back-to-back outings with 0 walks. He walked 3 last time out. He's going to need to cut that out.
And Colby Lewis, interesting story, spent the last 2 years in Japan. He is back in the majors and facing the Cubs for the first time. So coming up, we're in steamy Texas. Bob's going to go fishing in that lake tomorrow morning, but tonight the Cubs hope to get this series started with a win. Cubs baseball coming up.
When you're strong-willed, you do it your own way. When you're uncompromising, second best never crosses your mind. When you're set in your ways, you stay true to yourself. If you can drink to that, we've got a beer with your name on it. Coors, the banquet beer.
Want to hear the latest? iWireless now has Android smartphones with thousands of cool apps at your fingertips. So, whether you want to search the night sky, check movies and showtimes, stay connected with friends, scan and compare products, or find your way, iWireless has an Android device for you at the best prices around. Plus, save every month with iWireless Complete plans, all with a risk-free guarantee. Android from iWireless. Why pay more? Seriously, why pay more?
Get ready for summer with the biggest savings of the year. The Memorial Day event is on at your select Chevy dealers. Right now, get up to $5,000 cash back on new Silverados or choose 0 APR up to 72 months. Drive the #1 affordable midsize car, Chevy Malibu. Now just $199 a month. Save up to $4,000 or choose 0 APR on new Impalas. See why over 1,000 people a day are switching to Chevrolet. See Erickson, Green, Cunis, McElhenney, Mills, Peel, Schottenkirk, or Yim Chevrolet today.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by your Chicago area Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Member owned means our reason for being is your well-being. Experience wellness everywhere. AT&T. Rethink possible. And by Southwest Airlines. Visit southwest.com. Grab your bag. It's on.
And we're in the Southwest. Rangers Ballpark in Arlington. Only the third time the Cubs and Rangers have met up. Cubs went 1-2 in a series at Wrigley Field in 2002, and also went 1-2 here in 2007, a series capped by Sammy Sosa's 600th career home run. Lou should be very comfortable managing an American League style game since he did it for so long in Seattle.
Well, there are those who would say it's pretty easy to manage in the American League. You fill out your lineup card, you sit back and keep a close eye on your starting pitcher, and as long as he's effective, you sit on your hands. Let your hitters swing the bats. No worries about double switching or that pitcher spot coming up in the lineup.
And Bob, the wind here is interesting. If you look at the flags atop the stadium in the outfield, it looks like the wind is blowing in, but that doesn't mean it's not a good night to hit.
No, apparently the wind blows in over the top of the stadium. It hits the area where we're sitting in the press box, turns around and blows back out. So they were saying if the flags on top of the stadium appear to be blowing in, it's probably going to be a jet stream out to center and right center during the game.
So right-hander Colby Lewis will get set to work against this Cubs Southwest starting lineup. Fukudome and Terrio both hitting .310. Derek Lee off to the slow start, but he hit a homer yesterday. Soriano in the cleanup spot with Marlon Byrd batting fifth. Notice Noah Ramos Ramirez still battling the sore thumb, so Mike Fontenot is in at third. Xavier Nady's the DH. Giovanni Soto the catcher, and the rookie Starlin Castro off to an excellent start.
And let's take a look at the Texas Rangers defensively, brought to you by Jimmy John's. David Murphy in left field, Josh Hamilton in center, Nelson Cruz over in right field. Michael Young will be at third base, Elvis Andrus at shortstop, Ian Kinsler at second base, Justin Smoke over at first. Max Ramirez doing the catching tonight for 6'4", 230-pounder Colby Lewis, making his 9th start of the season. See only 37 base hits in 51 1/3 innings pitched to go along with 54 strikeouts. The opponent's batting average under 200.
Dan Isonia will call the balls and strikes. The Connecticut native now makes his offseason home in Georgia. Dale Scott at first is the crew chief. Jerry Meals and Mark Wegner at second and third respectively. You might want to get settled in. American League ball. We were here last night, got in about 8:30. Caught a little bit of the end of the Orioles-Rangers slugfest, a game that ended just before 11 o'clock. That was a 9-inning game.
Yeah, 35 combined hits between the two teams. Yeah, American League baseball can drone on for a while. That extra hitter in the lineup changes everything.
So it's Lewis against Japanese-born Kosuke Fukudome, who turns on one foul. Colby Lewis spent the last 2 years pitching in Japan with the Hiroshima Toyo Carp, and he had excellent success. Terrio and Lee to follow for the Cubs. Third baseman Michael Young is in on the grass at third. Inside, 2-1. Rangers pitching staff has struggled lately, giving up over 7 earned runs per 9 innings over the last week. 3-1. That's a strike, and it's full 3-2. Lewis has walked 21 already. He walked 19 all of last year in Japan, where the hitters are generally more aggressive early in the count. 19 walks in over 176 innings. I don't care what league that is. That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
And Kosuke tied the game yesterday late. Unfortunately, the Cubs could not come all the way back. It was only his 2nd career homer off a lefty.
I was going to say, it's good to see him hanging in there against the lefty the way he did. Got a fastball on the inside part of the plate and pulled a line drive into the bleachers in right field. Good battling at bat here to start the ball game.
Lewis is from Bakersfield, California. Facing the Cubs for the first time. Ball 4. Excellent plate appearance for Kosuke. And here's Ryan Theriot. Grew up in Louisiana. Hasn't spent a summer in the heat and humidity like this in a while, but he said you get used to it pretty fast.
Now, this is the kind of weather we were joking you can get loose just shaking hands today. It shouldn't take relief pitchers long to get ready to come into the ball game under these conditions. And we talked about the aggressiveness, kind of a National League style of game that the Rangers play. Well, Lou Piniella and the Cubs have been very aggressive over the last 3 or 4 ball games. Playing some hit and run, starting runners on 3-1 and 3-2 counts. Seen a squeeze bunt attempt.
The Cubs have a 5-game stolen base streak. If they get another one tonight, it'll be their first 6-game stolen base streak since 1997. It's been 13 years since a Cubs team had at least 1 stolen base in 6 in a row. Theriot deadens the bunt out in front of the plate. Ramirez is going to throw to first. It should go down as a sac bunt. Kosuke's in scoring position for D. Lee.
Go down in the books as a sacrifice bunt. I think Theriot was hoping to get that ball a little bit further down the third baseline and maybe beat it out for a bunt hit. Unfortunately, got out in that hayfield right in front of home plate. The grass on the infield here is extremely thick. Kind of reminds me of Wrigley when Larry Bowe was playing short and Ron Cey was playing third base and the grass was up to your knees.
Now Derek Lee. I had a funny exchange with Derek before the game. I noticed he has hit .522 in this ballpark, 12 for 23. And so naturally I went up to him and I said, I don't know if you know this, but you have just killed it in this ballpark. And he said, really? Don't tell me that. He did not want to know what his numbers are in this park, and it didn't register. I said, obviously you feel comfortable here. A lot of guys like to hit here. He said, yeah, I mean, I don't remember doing any damage here, but he has. And he said, I will look at the numbers after the game Sunday.
And hopefully they'll go up.
That would be nice. Even if they go down, he still could have a good series. Swing and a miss, and would look like a change. 1-2 to Derek.
Yeah, Lewis will feature a fastball, a 2-seamer and a 4-seamer. The 4-seamer occasionally will cut a little bit away from a right-handed hitter. He throws a curveball, a slider, and a straight changeup, and he will change the angle on the curveball. Against lefties, it'll be more of a 12-6 straight down breaking curveball. Against righties, he'll make it a little flatter and sweep it across the plate.
He hasn't won over his last 4 starts, although he pitched 9 shutout innings at Seattle on April 30th. Got a no decision. Derek able to hold on the slider. And it's a 3-2 count with Soriano on deck. Boy, this day and age, you go 9 shutout and you don't get a win. That's pretty tough. His team did win that game 2-0 in 12. Here's a payoff pitch. And he held up again. 2 walks in the inning. Weather not bad, 85. Again, pretty windy as it swirls around this ballpark. A steamy forecast, but rather be here in late May than late June or July.
This is good baseball weather right here. Some guys may disagree, especially the pitchers. They like it when it's real cold and the wind's blowing in the batter's face. But for most position players, they like it when it gets warm. You get loose once a day. You don't have to continue to stretch between innings. Try to keep your hamstrings loose. Try to keep your back loose. You get loose in the afternoon, you stay loose all night.
1 strike on the former Ranger when he was here. Alfonso was a second baseman. He became an outfielder when he went to Washington in 06. That's low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Now 1-2. A ton of media surrounding Rudy Jaramillo, who spent a decade and a half as a Rangers hitting coach. About an hour and a half before the game, just before the Cubs took BP, he was the most popular guy in the ballpark. Still makes his home here in this area. He's from here. Actually from Beeville, Texas, and Rudy would go on to play 2 seasons at the University of Texas in Austin. Up and in. 2-2.
You know, even though it's a homecoming of sorts, it always feels strange when you go back to a ballpark where you worked for 15 years on the home side and go to the visitors clubhouse. That always feels a little weird.
Missed again inside that time. 3-2 the count.
Well, I'll tell you, Len, it hasn't always been a strong suit of the Cubs offense to be patient, but that's really what's called for tonight against Colby Lewis. You will find yourself in some good hitters counts, run up that pitch count, and get into that middle relief quickly if you can do that.
And it just caught a piece of his bat. Dan Isonia heard it hit the bat. No argument from Fonzie. That's a big second out for Lewis.
A check swing on a high breaking ball that time. Oh, I don't know.
Well, he didn't argue that. I didn't hear it on our home plate mic. But he didn't put up much of a fight.
And Isonia gave the sign where he takes his right hand and kind of brushes it against the fingers of his left hand, and that's an indication that he felt it was a foul tip.
Marlon Byrd waves at a breaking ball. Had a career year last year here in Texas, as we pointed out on the open to our telecast. Couldn't hold. 0-2. Career high 155 hits, 20 homers, 43 doubles, and 89 RBIs last season. the heater. 1-2. Interleague play all around baseball. The only National League series this weekend, the Braves and the Pirates. Everything else is AL versus NL. And the 1-2 pitch off the inside corner. Really working up a lather. Look at that cap.
It's not unusual for a starting pitcher to change undershirts several times during the course of the game. He may have to change his hat a few times.
Runners go on the 3-2 swing and a miss. As he gets out of it, he walked 2. But 2 big strikeouts of Soriano and Bird. Cubs fail to score, and the Rangers are coming up against Ted Lilly.
Discover the unexpected beauty and man-made relaxation in Northwest Florida. Fly Southwest new one-stops from Chicago Midway to Panama City Beach starting at $119 one way. Grab your beach bag. It's on.
Find everything you need in one stop at Menards. Accent your walkways or landscaping with Westinghouse landscape lights. Signature 5 solar-powered LED landscape lights are 15 times brighter than standard solar lights and have a durable metal construction and glass lens. Just $19.99 each. This 2-pack of solar floodlights in bronze finish have a die-cast aluminum construction and include the remote solar panel, just $59. Your one-stop shop for all your landscaping needs. Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Introducing Suzuki's free gas for summer event. Suzuki's are built for fun, and they get great gas mileage. So how can Suzuki fuel your fun even more? We can give you free gas for the whole summer. Right now, buy any Suzuki, including the amazing all-new Kizashi Sports Sedan. And Suzuki will give you free gas all summer long. For the free gas for summer event, visit your local Suzuki dealer today. Now you can lease an all-wheel drive Kizashi S for just $229 a month for 48 months.
Rangers last night 13 runs on 20 hits in a win against Baltimore, their 4th in a row as we get into their Southwest starting lineup. Elvis Andrus, exciting young shortstop at .324. In fact, the top 4 guys in the lineup hitting in the 300s. Interesting note on Vladimir Guerrero. We'll get to it when he comes up. Hamilton at center, Cruz in right. You have David Murphy in left, Justin Smoke at first, and the catcher Ramirez batting 9th.
Let's take a look at the Cubs' Jimmy John's defense tonight. Soriano, Bird, and Fukudome across the outfield. Mike Fontenot filling in for the ailing Aramis Ramirez at third base. Starlin Castro at short. Ryan Theriot at second. Derek Lee over at first base. Giovanni Soto behind the dish for left-hander Ted Lilly. 6th start of the season for Ted. Really going to have to keep the ball down against this lineup in this ballpark, and should they reach base, he's going to have to pay a lot of attention to the runners.
First pitch strike to Elvis Andrus, his shortstop. Slow breaker, a changeup there. 0-2. His fastball was at 82, but that's nothing out of the ordinary for Ted early in games. And hit foul.
That's something we've seen a lot from Ted Lilly this year. He kind of eases into the ball game. He doesn't throw his best fastball or his best breaking ball in the early going, just tries to stay out of the middle of the plate, kind of get established out there on the mound, see what kind of strike zone he's going to get from the home plate umpire, and then gradually increase the velocity as he moves forward.
Andrus made the jump from Double-A at age 20 last year. Started 140 games at short, finished 2nd in the AL Rookie of the Year balloting. outside, 2-2. One after the high pitch. Skies to right where Fukudome goes over near the line and hauls it in. Brings up the third baseman Michael Young. .294 career hitter against Lilly, who has faced this team quite a bit. This is his 13th career start against the Rangers. Michael Young is a hit machine. 1,715 career hits. Only Pudge Rodriguez has more, or had more, as a Texas Ranger. Michael Young has gone from second to short to third. But what is he going to catch next? Finish his career as a first baseman?
He'll be a third base coach. I guess that's the next move if he's working his way around the left side of the infield. Michael Young, no doubt about it, he's a good hitter, but if you're a good hitter, you have to love hitting in this ballpark. Real good batter's eye out in center field. We talked about how the ball jumps here. Very little foul territory anywhere other than directly behind home plate, and even there, not a lot of foul territory.
Ian Kinsler on deck as Lilly's coming back on a 2-2 and another foul. It's a sign from Soto. Here it is. Well, there's one particular section that has gotten about 4 consecutive foul balls off the bat of Michael Young. Let's try this again. Ball 3. Ted's gone 7 each of his last 2 times out, but hasn't won since his season debut. That was on April 24th at Milwaukee. Already a 9-pitch at bat. Here's number 10. Out into left center, a lot of room out there, and it'll drop for Young. Big turn around first. He'll settle for a single.
That's the kind of at bat that managers and hitting coaches love and pitchers and pitching coaches hate. Ted Lilly really had to work through his entire arsenal that time at Michael Young before finally giving up that soft single into left center field.
Kinsler started the year on the DL with an ankle injury. Was that a nasty high right ankle sprain. So he wasn't activated until April 30th. And just like most of his teammates, he's been in a very good stretch here lately. Low and inside as Soto had to slide over to get it. 2-0. To tell you one thing, partner, you don't want to face the guy on deck with many runners on base, especially tonight. Vladimir Guerrero is hitting .449 against lefties this year. And he has hit .394 lifetime in this ballpark. Kinsler is going to take that one no matter what. It's 3-1. If you believe in the idea of protection at all, Ted Lilly is going to give Kinsler something to hit here with Guerrero on deck. Well, he didn't throw him a fastball. 3-2.
And veteran pitchers like Ted Lilly don't always necessarily throw a fastball. They don't need to give in to the hitter no matter what kind of protection. If he feels he can throw his slider for a strike, that's a great pitch. 3-1.
Now the 3-2, it's just inside, and here comes Guerrero. Say it all the time. We give you the numbers. They don't always play out the way we think they might. But based on what I just told you, he's the one guy you got to be very leery of, especially tonight.
Well, and especially because there's no easy way to pitch to him. His strike zone goes from his nose to his toes and from on deck circle to on deck circle. If you let it go, there's a pretty good chance he's going to swing at it.
Starters laboring here in the first inning.
There was a situation earlier this year against the Kansas City Royals when Vladimir Guerrero had an 0-2 count, and the pitching coach from the Royals called timeout to go to the mound and talk to Zach Greinke about what they were going to throw on an 0-2 pitch. It bounced a couple of breaking balls in the dirt that surprisingly he laid off of. Eventually tried to elevate a fastball and throw it by him, and he promptly wrapped it into right field for a base hit.
(2-0) to Guerrero, 8-time All-Star. The kick and the pitch, 3-0. Josh Hamilton is on deck.
Anybody that saw Guerrero play last year has to be surprised with the success he's had in the early going this year. It was painful to watch him play last year. Had trouble running. His legs just weren't working well for him. According to all reports, healthy and obviously playing extremely well based on the numbers.
The 3-1 to Guerrero. That was a backdoor slider for a strike. Boy, it's rare to see a 5-pitch sequence during which Guerrero doesn't swing at all. Going to get together, Soto and Lilly, to talk about how to handle Guerrero. Next Tuesday, May 25th, Rotary Day at Wrigley Field. Great seats still available to see Lou Piniella lead the Cubs into battle with Joe Torre and the Dodgers. Lucky fans at the game get a prize pack courtesy of Rotary International. For more info, visit Cubs.com. Big pitch here. The 3-2 to Guerrero. Golfed high in the air. Soriano and Bird in left center, and it's Alfonso to pull it down. Runners holding. So they get Guerrero for the second out. Well, Josh Hamilton digging in. It's his 29th birthday. He thought he had an early birthday present 2 nights ago. This ball seemed to be a home run. As we look at our Coors Light freeze cam, looked like it was behind that front wall. Doug Eddings said it was not a home run. They did not go to replay, something the crew chief Dana DeMuth admitted later they should have done. And Ron Washington, the Rangers manager, admitted he should have been more vehement about asking for a replay. Ultimately, Bob, it is at the sole discretion of the crew chief, but they basically admitted they made a mistake. Anything close these days, I think you have to look because it's available to look.
I agree. They made a mistake.
Look out, the bat goes flying. That was Jeremy Brunitz-like swing from Josh Hamilton. Wow. Hope everybody's all right. 1-1 the count.
Well, you also had to watch the carom that time. Not only did the bat go flying in the stands, it looked like it hit an empty seat or a seat that was quickly evacuated and bounced a second time. Went down a couple of rows, heads up, still spinning.
Fastball missing to make it 2-1 on Josh Hamilton. Been an all-star the last couple of years. '08 was his huge season. Ted looking at his landing spot after dealing ball 3.
Josh Hamilton hitting under 200 against left-handed pitching so far this season. A 196 average against the lefties. He's been hammering the righties though for a 324 average.
Shank foul off to the left. All kinds of injuries last season. Played in just 89 games. Like to tell you it gets easier after Hamilton, but it doesn't. Nelson Cruz had 4 hits last night. This lineup is pretty hot. And again, Soto's going to go out and talk with Ted Lilly. Tell you what, though, the Cubs played a good series in Philadelphia. They did not have a good ninth yesterday. 1st and 3rd, down a run, nobody out, and could not get the tying run in. But we talked to Lou before the game, and he said if we play like we did in Philadelphia, we will win some games. Near a nearly flawless game on Wednesday. Runners go. Called strike 3. Hamilton didn't like it. Doesn't matter. Ted Lilly guts his way through the first. Believe it or not, no score.
We're always warmed up and ready to go. Catch us on Sports Night and CSNChicago.com. Comcast Sportsnet fans' best friend.
Experience a Cubs game at historic Wrigley Field. Individual tickets are available for upcoming games. Get your tickets now by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS, visiting the Wrigley Field box office, or by logging on to Cubs.com. See you at beautiful Wrigley Field.
Winning more awards for quality and customer service than any other luxury manufacturer the last 10 years says something. Yet the award we value most is the fact that Lexus has had more repeat loyal drivers in more of the last 10 years than any other luxury brand. To express our thanks, we are featuring our best values of the year, giving you unprecedented access to Lexus. Lease the 2010 HS250H for $379 a month for 36 months with $32.95 due at signing at your Lexus dealer.
performance for over 130 years, our wood stains can handle just about anything. Cabot, our performance is legendary.
Time for the Cabot Wood Stain legendary performance. 10 years ago, Major League record, 6 Grand Slams are hit, breaking the record of 5. Record breaker hit by Garrett Anderson of the Angels off Chris Fusell of the Kansas City Royals. Mike Fontenot in at third base as Aramis Ramirez continues to battle a sore left thumb. He did not start yesterday in Philadelphia, was able to pinch hit in the 9th. Day-to-day, might be back tomorrow. And Lewis steals strike 1. Boy, these two starters really scuffled in the first inning, each throwing at least 30 pitches. But both keeping the game scoreless. 0-2.
That's a boatload of pitches. 64 pitches combined in the first inning.
Little blooper behind third, and it's going to drop fair for Fontenot. And he's going to make second as Andrews, I thought, might have had a play on him at second, but could not pick it up cleanly. That should be a double all the way.
Yeah, it looked like Andrews looked up to see where the runner was and then kind of fanned on the baseball. It's going to drop just inside the third baseline there, and I think if Andrews picks it up on the first effort right there, he has a chance to get Mike Fontenot at second base, but wasn't able to come up with it cleanly. Cubs have the leadoff man in scoring position for the designated hitter Xavier Nady.
So leadoff man already in scoring position. Xavier Nady, the DH. 60 career plate appearances as a designated hitter. He has hit .236 with 3 homers. First ever Cubs designated hitter, Dave Clark, back in 1997 at the White Sox.
Kind of interesting to see how National League teams handle that DH spot when they play interleague. Some teams have a guy, a bench player tonight, Xavier Nady, that figures to be the designated hitter, especially against a lefty. Other managers try to rest their regulars, give them a so-called half a day off, making them a DH instead of playing their defensive position. The funny thing, you'll see a lot of designated hitters for National League teams batting at the bottom of the order, the 7th, 8th, and 9th spots. Usually in the American League, the DH is a middle of the lineup RBI guy.
Three and 2 the count. There's Ron Washington, the Ranger skipper. Driven out into left for a base hit, and Fontenot is getting the stop sign from Mike Quade. See if the bottom of the order can do some damage.
And Mike Quade's job changes a little bit tonight with no pitcher spot in the offensive lineup. If we were sneaking up on that 9 spot in the order, Mike Quade may have been a little more aggressive, sending Mike Fontenot around third base right there. But knowing that you've got Giovanni Soto and Starlin Castro rather than the pitcher spot, don't want to run into any outs at home plate when you've got 2 good hitters coming up next. Everything changes in the American League.
The pitch to Soto, low and inside. That is a strike. 1-1. Soto hitting 8. With Castro in the 9 spot. Fake to third, look at first. And tapped foul.
I like this ballpark, Len.
I like it. I like right field. You got the overhang that's reminiscent of old Tiger Stadium. The wind's a little funky.
Yeah, the wind.
You can't read it very well.
Is a little different. I like the fact that their offices are right out there in center field. We thought that perhaps that was a hotel, but that's where a lot of the administrative offices and suites are, out there in center. I mean, there's a lot to look at here, but yeah, I enjoy coming here. Would have really loved to hit here. I'd have been able to get my career average up over 250.
You send Nady here, nobody out.
I don't think you can. Max Ramirez behind the plate, 3 out of 10 on the season. Well, Rangers are thinking along the lines, but Lewis has been fairly quick to home plate for a big guy, and we know Xavier Nady doesn't really have blazing speed on the bases.
Nady not running. There's a double play ball. The Cubs are going to get the lead. Soto will not get an RBI out of it. Rangers happy to make that exchange. It's 1-0 Cubs as Fontenot scores.
Fairly hard hit ball on a hanging breaker right at the shortstop. That's how most double plays start, with a hard hit ball. Boy, Lewis has left a lot of those breaking pitches up between the belt and the letters. Not a good formula pitching in this ballpark.
Nobody on with 2 outs. And a 2-0 count on Castro. He has reached base in all 13 of his games. One time it was because of an error. All the other games, Walker hit. Knocked down by Lewis, and he's not going to have time. And they throw it into the dugout. So Castro will get a hit. There will be a throwing error on Lewis. Not even sure why he threw it.
That's as much a mental error as a physical error right there. No chance to get Starlin Castro at first base as that ball trickled out there behind the mound. Lewis able to knock it down with his glove hand. When you've got to take 8 or 10 steps to retrieve the baseball, you have to figure that runner's streaking down the first baseline. No reason for that throw, but the Cubs will gladly take it.
Fukudome ground ball. Kinsler ranging to his left. Short toss to Smoke. That's the inning. Cubs get the lead as Fontenot scores on the double play ball. 1-0 after an inning and a half.
Would somebody please give me some good news?
Right now at Feldco, buy one window, get one free.
That sounds good.
Call 866 for Feldco.
This month only, get 2 top quality Feldco replacement windows for the price of 1. That's 50% off.
Feldco's buy one, get one ends soon. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
to see the world in 3 dimensions, and the new Panasonic Viera Full HD 3D TV is the ultimate 3D experience. Immerse yourself in incredible depth and clarity thanks to fast-switching phosphors and Infinite Black Panel Pro.
Panasonic Plasma is the difference.
With 3D this lifelike, can we still call it a TV?
Don't miss the action as the Cubs battle the Dodgers on Wednesday, May 26th at Wrigley Field. Game time 7:05, but be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 fans will get a Cubs squeeze bottle, compliments of Gatorade. Great seats, including bleachers, are still available. So call 1-800-THE-CUBS or visit Cubs.com today. Here's Nelson Cruz, who had a career-best 4 hits last night. He bounces one to short, and Starlin Castro throws him out. We'll bring up David Murphy. Catch the exciting playoff action live. Text playoffs to B-Hawks. It's 242-957 to join Blackhawks Mobile and be entered to win a pair of tickets when the Blackhawks take on the San Jose Sharks in Game 4 of the Western Conference Finals. That's playoffs to 242-957. No purchase necessary. Message and data rates apply. A strike on the left fielder, David Murphy. Murphy, a former Boston Red Sox, in the dirt.
And Murphy's a guy, I'm sure, in the advance meeting today when they were going over this Texas Rangers lineup, he was the one guy they said he's tough to walk. 24 strikeouts, only 4 walks in 105 at bats.
Just off the outside corner. Right back to Lilly, no problem. And it's switch hitting first baseman Justin Smoke. Just 6 out of his last 37. He was called up on April 23rd to replace the struggling Chris Davis, who was demoted to the minors.
He was the #1 pick of the Rangers, 11th overall pick back in 08.
Fouled back our way. He was a high school teammate of Matt Wieters, a catcher for the Orioles at Stratford High School in South Carolina. You ever been to Goose Creek, South Carolina?
I can't say as I ever have been there.
Got him on the curveball at 69 miles an hour. A 1-2-3 second. 5 straight sent down by Ted Lilly. 1-0 Cubs.
Day 1 storm, and it was beautiful. So look, see the sights that you like.
AT&T covers 97% of all Americans.
Get your grad the exclusive Samsung Strive for just $19.99, only from AT&T.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
Fix and Ease, the language spoken by those working on a home repair project and clearly understood by K&K employees.
I'm looking for some of that spray stuff that kills these things.
Absolutely. We'll have everything you need right over here in our lawn and garden department.
Service with answers. That's the K&K way.
I need a new curving pipe and a connector thingy for under my sink.
I know just what you need. It's right over here in plumbing.
Service with answers. That's the K&K way. Check us out on the web at kkhardware.com.
How can a 94-year-old green guy save you money during the recession? He can check out your comfort system for free and tell you how to save money on energy efficiency. J.L. Brady has been offering the best HVAC service in Iowa and Illinois since 1915, and they can show you how to go green and save up to 30% on heating and cooling expenses. A system like that could pay for itself in less than 2 years. They're family-owned, and after all these years, still doing it the Brady way, the right way.
Coming up tonight after Cubs Post, it's Smirnoff Vodka Blackhawks Post Game Live. Highlights and analysis from your hometown favorites, plus locker room interviews and Coach Q's post game comments. After every Hawks playoff game on Comcast Sportsnet. Fouled away by Ryan Theriot. Cubs lead 1-0. Outside, 1-2. Base hit right field. That's Ryan Theriot's zone as he took it the other way. Cubs have had the leadoff man on in each of the first 3 innings.
First baseman Derek Lee.
Cubs with 4 hits all over the last 2 innings. Took a couple of walks in the first against Lewis, who's going to check on Theriot. Outside corner. Bernard's big lumber stat. Only Sammy Sosa with more interleague hits than Derek Lee as a Chicago Cub. Swing and a miss. 0-2. The dimensions here pretty deep. But obviously the ball carries extremely well. This is always played as a hitter's ballpark.
332 right down the left field line, but immediately juts out to 354, about 25 or 30 feet away from the foul pole as D. Lee gets caught looking at a strike 3. Now this dimension-wise, this is more like a spring training ballpark down in the Cactus League or in the Florida State League, the Grapefruit League, where the dimensions are extremely huge. But as we said at the top of the show, the ball really jumps, especially to center, right center, and depending on the wind, straightaway right field.
Soriano struck out his first time. This ballpark opened in '94, replacing Arlington Stadium. Did you ever play there?
Yes, as a member of the Toronto Blue Jays in 1989.
That was an old minor league park, right? I think they just kept adding to it.
It was a sweat box. I know that. The clubhouses were down the left field line underneath the bleachers.
Popped out of Ramirez's mitt, but called a strike. 0-1. Pretty decent lead by Terrio. Not running as Soriano got under one. He knew it. And Hamilton gets it back in quickly as Terrio had tagged just in case. 2 outs.
Good communication there between Nelson Cruz, the right fielder, and Josh Hamilton, the center fielder. We saw a similar instance earlier in the game in left center for Soriano and Marlon Byrd. When you're focusing on making a catch on a high fly ball like that, you don't really have time to take a peek and see what the runner is doing. So one of the corner outfielders came over, in this instance Nelson Cruz, and let Hamilton know that Terrio was tagging up. He quickly got rid of the ball and held the right at first base.
In the dirt, they'll have to get a new ball. Surrounded by Andrews. He's going to throw to first in time. Inning over. Leadoff single, no runs. Cubs have had chances. They have scored once tonight and lead it 1-0.
A 315 horsepower 5.3 liter V8. 21 highway MPG. 20-inch wheels and a heart of chrome. GMC Sierra. Get 0% APR for 72 months on Sierra half tons. Rated a Consumer's Digest Best Buy. Or choose 5,000 cash back on most Sierras.
The before. The expectation. The B vitamins and carbs to ignite. The during. The collision. The power. The original Gatorade. The after. The gratitude. The protein to recover. Introducing the G Series from Gatorade. Prime, Perform, Recover.
An echo is heard from the mountain walls. Forever it stands and proudly it calls, guiding you on to blue skies everywhere.
For generations, Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois has been member-owned. So we answer to you, not Wall Street. Because our reason for being is and always will be your well-being.
Find blue skies everywhere.
Tuesday, Starling Castro and the Cubs line up Wrigley in a battle with the Dodgers. Tune in as the Cubs hope to have LAC and Stars. Cubs-Dodgers, Tuesday night at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Watch the Cubs take on the Cardinals next Friday, May 28th at Wrigley Field. Game time 1:20. Be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 adults 21 and older will get a Cubs washed hat. Compliments of Bud Light. How about this situation, Bob, for the Texas Rangers? Max Ramirez is a 4th catcher already to start. Behind the plate, Jared Saltalamacchia, Taylor Teagarden, they were the 2 catchers when the season started. Saltalamacchia went to the DL after 2 games and eventually was sent to the minor leagues along with Teagarden on the same day in late April. So their catchers now are Matt Trainer, the former Marlin and Tiger, and Ramirez. And I guess Saltalamacchia, who's hit well in the minors, the only reason he's not back is he's had trouble throwing the ball back to the pitcher.
Yeah, he got the yips. There have been a number of catchers throughout Major League Baseball history who had that particular problem. Some guys were able to overcome it. Some guys had to undergo a position change to continue their careers.
Saltalamacchia did have shoulder surgery last year, and they think his mechanics got fouled up. Called strike 3 to get Ramirez. So 3 Ks for Lilly, all of the looking variety. Sometimes that physical becomes mental, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. You start thinking about everything but what you should be thinking about, which is concentrating on your target and making a good strong throw. But you start thinking about your mechanics, you start thinking about your release point and where's my toe pointed when I throw the ball, and before you know it, it's not so much in your arm, it's between your ears.
Andrews flied to right his first time. As Lilly has gotten in a nice rhythm, changed up. 0-2.
Ted Lilly usually does one of two things on an 0-2 count like this, either an elevated fastball or a backdoor breaking ball.
It's the curve. He got him.
Just locked in with his breaking pitches right now. That's the big sweeping curveball. Started out of the strike zone away. Ended up at the knees on the inside corner. Andrews swings right over the top.
Ted sometimes can get very deliberate and take his time, but I still think when he's pitching like he is now, you notice he's pitching a little bit faster. Oh, what a running catch by Fukudome out in deep right center as he headed toward the 377 sign. So he robs Michael Young, and they go down 1-2-3 for the second straight inning. What a play.
Tigers, we watch over our own. Chicagoland's injury lawyers who ride.
What do we have here?
So, you like what you see?
Absolutely.
Revealing enough for you?
Yeah. How many Coors Light get these new windows?
What?
Windows. Thank you.
Introducing the new Coors Light Cold Activation Window. Now you can see your beer is cold before you buy it.
It's a fire hazard.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
This part is Warthog Tusk. This part, solid titanium.
There are only 49 others like it in the entire world.
It's damaged steel, the same kind they use in sword making.
It reproduces frequencies only dogs can hear.
There are excuses for spending money on luxury. And then there are reasons. Test drive any 5-star crash safety rated Acura at the Driven by Reason sales event.
Take advantage of attractive offers on the 2010 Acura TSX for well-qualified customers.
Tonight, the premier Chicago sports show with the best local coverage of your favorite Chicago sports teams is Sports Night, presented by Dex. The largest sports staff in the city goes in-depth on everything that matters to the true Chicago sports fan. Tonight after postgame live on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
This fourth inning is brought to you by Fourth Meal from Taco Bell. Open 1 a.m. or later. Great to see Andrea Burke from the Cubs front office. And Medea. One strike on Mike Fontenot. As we begin the fourth, he has scored the lone run, leadoff double, and scored on the double play ball off the bat of Giovanni Soto. Nady and then Soto here against Lewis. Inside 1-2. Wild one going on at St. Louis. Angels and Cardinals 4-4 in the third inning. Joel Pinheiro against Brad Penny. Mike Napoli with a home run. Angels just took 2 from the White Sox. They're 4.5 out in the American League West. I don't know how you feel about this, Bob, and I wonder if in all the realignment discussions that sure happen from time to time, just throwing things out there, do you have a problem with a 4-team AL West and a 6-team NL Central?
I can't say I have a problem with it. It does seem odd. It's somewhere along the line there would have been some realignment to equal out all the divisions, but I don't know.
Would you have a problem as the 2-2 is hit in the air out to Hamilton? If you moved one team over into the AL West from the Central, you had 6 5-team divisions and you had interleague play every day, because you'd have an odd number of teams in each league. Would you have an issue with that? It would be more equitable in terms of every division has the same amount of clubs, but you might have the Mariners against the Nationals on opening day.
Well,
something to think about.
Yeah, you know, I've always been an advocate of interleague play. I think it really has served its purpose, and it did what Major League Baseball wanted it to do. But I think now that we've lived with it for however many years it's been, I think most people would prefer to see it cut back a little bit more. Too many interleague games now.
Some think, for instance, the Cubs should just play home and home with the White Sox. 4 or 6 games, do it all in 1 week and be done with it. But I have a feeling it's going to hang around for a while.
Tell you one thing interleague play does, it justifies having advanced scouts.
Sure does. Line right at Kinsler. So Nady lines out. Time for AT&T trivia. 20 years ago this week, the Hawk, who goes into the Hall of Fame this year, was intentionally walked a record 5 times in one game by which manager? The answer coming up. Well, selfishly, I like interleague play because we get to see American League teams that we normally don't get to follow that closely, and the AL West is certainly one of those divisions that we just don't see a whole lot. Maybe a game or 2 here or there in spring training, but that's not the same. And we get to go to Seattle this year, which I'm very excited about. I've heard great things about Safeco Field.
Wouldn't be quite so excited if we were going to Oakland rather than the A's coming to us.
Not a big fan of the Coliseum, huh?
No.
Been a long night in a short period of time for Colby Lewis in terms of the pitches he's had to throw, and he just walked Soto. And he'll have to face Starlin Castro. Picked up an infield hit his first time, went to second on an error by the pitcher on that same play. Colby Lewis made his major league debut on opening day of 2002 as a Ranger. 10-game winner in 03 before missing most of the next 2 years with shoulder problems. He's been a Ranger, a Tiger, and an Athletic, in addition to pitching in Japan. Smoke goes over and is going to have room, but he dropped it. He got to the barrier, got his glove on it, and then as he made contact with the ledge, the ball popped out of his mitt. That gives Starlin another chance. Well, there's very little foul territory in this hitter's ballpark.
And Justin Smoke knows that. He knew he was getting close to that barrier. The ball wasn't popped very high in the air, so he really didn't have a chance to sprint over to the wall and try to make the catch. He had to time his steps and try to protect himself against that side wall and wasn't able to make the play.
Still 1-2 on the rookie Castro. Line, he caught it. Wow. We've seen two fantastic defensive plays. Fukudome with a running catch, and Lewis just stuck out his glove and snagged that liner off the bat of Castro. You're going to see this one a few more times. Inning over.
Dr. Smith is a little more expensive, but he's board certified. Or there's Dr. Christoph. He isn't certified, but he's a fantastic golfer.
So what'll it be? The choice is clear. When it's time to get your heating or air conditioning unit serviced, don't trust any old fly-by-night. Your family deserves the best. Call Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning at 866-4SEASONS. For all the right reasons, Four Seasons.
I was just driving around, minding my own business.
When it came out of nowhere,
Suddenly there were lights all around me.
I'm like, they're coming for me.
Yeah, it was crazy.
I just never thought they'd find me. Not out here.
It doesn't matter where you drive. If you don't buckle up, you will get caught. Cops are cracking down all across the country. Click it or ticket.
It's another perfect day out here today.
Can I get you anything else?
We gotta get back to work.
On the move. We even saw a kid taking a bath in a water fountain. Whoa, I spoke too soon. This just in. A freak storm is blowing into the area. We're going to be experiencing hurricane-force winds and dense fog, followed by sheets of driving rain. Stay inside, hunker down, grab a beer. This is going to be a long one.
Buffalo Wild Wings. You have to be here.
We're receiving reports of hail the size of... Oh, boy.
Let's answer our AT&T trivia. 20 years ago this week, Andre Dawson was intentionally walked 5 times, which is a record by then Reds manager Lou Piniella. The Cubs won in 16 innings.
He was hot as a pistol, and he always came up with men on base, and I think 3 or 4 of those we had an open base. One time we just walked them just to walk them and moved a runner over. But yeah, look, we walked them a lot of times, and we did lose in 16 innings. And if I had been smarter, I wouldn't have walked them. We'd have lost in 9, and that'd have been the heck of it.
Well, in the meantime, Ian Kinsler, as the Cubs are throwing the ball all over the diamond, is at third base with nobody out after a crazy swinging bunt.
That was almost a Little League home run. Little topper down the third base line. Mike Fontenot comes in. Yeah, his throw on line would have had Kinsler at first base. Unfortunately, it was not. Then Ryan Theriot picks it up and throws it into left field. Kinsler pops up from his slide and just keeps going. Soriano overran the ball in left field. What a bizarre looking play to start this inning.
Infield single, E5, E4, Guerrero deep to left, and it's going to be over Soriano. They're going to tie it. Kinsler trots home. Guerrero with a double. Well, that happened fast.
after that very patient at bat his first time up, Vladimir Guerrero says, to heck with that, I'm hacking. Ball hits right at the base of the left field fence, eliminating any chance for Soriano to play the carom and maybe keep Guerrero at first base.
Still nobody out as Lilly works to Josh Hamilton, who lays down a bunt. Soto's going to throw him out, a sac bunt from their number 5 hitter.
I gave you the numbers earlier for Josh Hamilton against left-handed pitching. He has not had much success this year and decided in order to help the team best, maybe he'll put down a sac bunt here, move Guerrero to third base with 1 out in the inning, and set it up for Nelson Cruz.
Speaking of the errors, the Cubs had made just 1 over their last 7 after a very rough stretch. A 2-on-1 play to set up this inning. Infield in. Middle guy's in about halfway against Nelson Cruz. And the 1-0. Big cut. He fouled it straight back. The Land Rover high performance of the week. It's Nelson Cruz of the Rangers. Boy, what a start he had. 7 homers the first 11 games to start the year. He had a DL stint because of a hamstring. Fouled back. We had the game-ending sac fly in the 9th to beat Baltimore 2 nights ago. Now that everybody all the way in, edge of the grass around the infield. Waited back and hit that curve foul. He's gotten it done. Lily's trying to strike him out, get some weak contact, and keep Guerrero at third. That's going to get it done. Fukudome came in. Now it's going to go all the way to the wall. Cruz into second with an RBI double. He gives the Rangers a 2-1 lead. You can chime in on whether you thought he would have caught it either way. It really took off on him. Not quite sure, but his first move was in. I know that. Yeah, he misjudged that ball initially off the bat, but I think it did get up in that jet stream we've been talking about. That ball carried a lot further than it should have. An off-speed pitch from Ted Lilly in on the hands of Nelson Cruz, and he just muscled it out there nearly to the warning track in right center field. The pitch to Murphy right down the middle. The Reds, after blowing a huge lead in the 9th in Atlanta yesterday, leading at Cleveland 6-4 in the 7th. 7-run 9th, capped by Brooks Conrad's grand slam. The Reds trying to come back and forget about it as they lead their intra-state rivals. Brewers are getting blasted in Minnesota. Twins got 7 runs in the first, 7-0 in the 4th. Ground ball right side, picked up by Terrio. Cruz at third. There are 2 outs. Smoke took a called third to end the second. Fouled off. Nice crowd tonight. Going to be short of a sellout, but only area that's not pretty full is the far reaches of left field, that upper deck. That's it. We're expecting big crowds all weekend. It must be the Len Bob section up in left field.
I think our section is down there close to the foul pole in left field. Our fan club there.
Yeah, see, they're waving at us.
That's
the other section.
Yeah, that usually means a couple of buses didn't show up. When you see an entire section empty in an area where every seat around it is filled, there's a bus stuck in traffic somewhere.
Either that or they found a beehive. Well, I'm glad we bought 500 tickets for 8 people to show up.
Ever the optimists.
Smoke stays alive. That's a good baseball name, Smoke. They do a lot with that when he's hot at the plate.
Yep. Former A's pitcher Dave Stewart, his nickname was Smoke because he threw some smoke.
Backdoor slider just missed the outside edge.
That's where you want to miss with that pitch. Trying to nip the outside corner at the knees. That pitch breaking into the right-hander. If you leave it over too much of the plate, that's a good pitch to hit. I don't base this on anything other than what I've seen with my eyes, but a flat left-handed slider to a right-handed hitter will go a long, long way. I think you can hit that ball further than a fastball from a left-handed hitter.
Another 1-2. This one in the dirt, and Soto saved a run for the time being.
Something about the physics of the spin on the ball and the way the bat makes contact with it. It just seems like left-handed flat sliders in the middle of the plate usually are the beginning of some tape measure home runs. So if you're going to miss further away or further in.
How about that? Ball went one way. The shards of the bat went a completely different direction.
Well, I'm guessing that was one of those cupped bats where they take some of the weight out of the very end of the bat. He was so far out in front, he actually hit it off the back of the cup of the bat and just splintered it about halfway down. You see the bat he's using now has that same cupped end. Kind of redistributes the weight further down the barrel of the bat. Some hitters like that. Other guys prefer to have the weight out toward the end of the bat a little bit more.
10th pitch of the sequence. And a rainbow out to Marlon Byrd, who went back now coming in. They get a couple to take the lead after 4 from Texas. 2-1 Rangers.
Our customers love saving money.
Bet Luna can't do this.
For a limited time, get free installation and free financing. With Luna, there's more to love for less.
773-202 Luna.
Last season, Bellator crowned 4 champions. Now, 32 warriors will battle over 12 weeks for the right to fight them. Bellator Fighting Championships. The tournament continues Thursday.
Trust DHCU for loans for any reason, for any season.
Whether starting off on your own or moving into your golden years, we have a loan to fit your needs. Apply online, by mail, or phone, and get a reply as quickly as possible, usually by the same day. So surf us, buzz us, or stop by to find out how DHCU can improve the seasons of your life.
Enjoy a beautiful lawn for years to come with Simplicity tractors and mowers from B&B Lawn Equipment and Cyclery. We've been selling Simplicity equipment in Geneseo since the 1940s, and many of those same machines are still going strong today. The exclusive Simplicity mower features infinite height of cut control and an innovative free-floating mower deck for a clean, smooth, precise cut. Discover the way to a beautiful lawn with Simplicity tractors and mowers from B&B Lawn Equipment and Cyclery.
Rise every morning only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Hey fans, text Subway to 53695. If you're the 500th texter, you could win five $5 foot-long subs from Subway.
We're in Texas. The Cubs have gone 90 and 97 all time against the American League in the regular season, dating back to 1997. They trail for the first time tonight. Kosuke with a fantastic catch earlier for Rob Michael Young. He misjudged the ball later. One strike on the Cubs leadoff man. Knee-high pitch, 0-2. Great to see Greg Maddux, Cubs assistant to the GM, who put on the uniform for BP today. Kosuke grounds out to Kinsler.
And Maddux making the rounds. He says he's been to Des Moines to see the I-Cubs play. He's been down to Daytona to see the Daytona Cubs play, and now here in Texas to watch the big league club against the Rangers. Coincidentally, his brother Mike, the pitching coach for the Rangers. Seems to make sense that this would be a trip the Mad Dog would make.
Low to Ryan Terrio, sac bunt and a single. Protecting that front elbow after he got hit on the previous homestand. Start calling him Biggio. Two and one. Well, 3-1. D. Lee waiting on deck. The pitch hit foul. Okay, happy 16th birthday to huge Cub fan Mike Krasnowski. Payoff delivery as he stays alive. Still 3-2.
Well, Len also want to send a message from the Cubs bad boy. Ryan Maxwell grew up he told me not to tell anybody, grew up a big Cubs fan.
Well, he's wearing a Cubs uniform.
Yeah,
that's okay.
He works here in the visiting clubhouse for the Texas Rangers. He wants to send best wishes to a couple of his friends as Terrio wraps a base hit into right center. Well, Ryan's friends Ryan Hess and Teresa Good are getting married tomorrow. He wanted to extend best wishes to them.
Don't worry, we won't give it away that
no.
We are a Cubs fan. A walk and a K for Derek. Runner at first. Cubs trailing 2-1 in the fifth.
And Len, I spoke earlier about the importance of advanced scouting for interleague play. I mean, just think about when the Cubs play the Astros, all you want to know is anybody doing anything different than they usually do? You see teams in your own division and in your own league so often that all you really want to know is who's hot and who's not. And has anybody changed? But when you face a team that you rarely play against, you need to have a lot of information, and that's where your advanced scouts really come into play.
Do you pay more attention to a spring training game in mid-March when you're facing Neftali Feliz in the 4th inning?
Well, you should.
Surprised knowing that you're going to face them in May.
You should. I mean, it takes a little speculation on your part to figure out who's going to make their roster and who are you likely to see during the regular season. But yeah, if you know a guy's going to be a closer for a particular ball club that you're going to see later in interleague play, you need to keep a close eye on him, make very detailed notes, and file it away for later.
In that vein, the Cubs are in the Cactus League with all 4 of the AL West teams. Swing pitch making it 1-2. And he struck him out on the high cheese. Meet the Team Have a Ball presented by Bank of America is next Wednesday, May 26th at 2:30. Great event. Collect autographs on an authentic MLB baseball from the 2010 Cubs players and coaches in attendance. Limited tickets are available for $300 each. Proceeds benefit Chicago Cubs charities. To purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com or call 773-404-CUBS. Pitch to Soriano, ground ball picked up by Young. He'll take the shorter throw over to Kinsler at second. And that's the inning. Halfway home from Texas, game 1 off in the distance at the new Cowboys Stadium. 2-1 Rangers.
All that Northwest Florida has to offer. 17 hidden beaches, 1 revealing destination. Fly Southwest new one-stops from Chicago Midway to Panama City Beach starting at $119 one way. Grab your beach bag, it's on.
So, heading to the doctor? Yeah. You gonna ask him this time? About what? Our erectile dysfunction. Shh, no, I don't want to talk about it. Look, you're not alone. Millions of men with ED have talked to their doctors. I don't know. We can do this. Okay.
Talking to your doctor about ED may be the last thing you want to do, but it's definitely a conversation worth having. 20 million men have had their Viagra talk. When you're ready for yours, you'll find helpful tips on talking to your doctor at Viagra.com. Ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for sex. Don't take Viagra if you take nitrates for chest pain, as it may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Side effects may include headache, flushing, upset stomach, and abnormal vision. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. Stop taking Viagra and call your doctor right away if you experience a sudden decrease or loss in vision or hearing. Talk to your doctor today and ask if Viagra is right for you.
Hi everyone, Gail Fisher here with a Coors Light Sports Night update and a programming reminder that Sylvania Comp's postgame live immediately follows the game, and that's followed by a special playoff edition of Blackhawks postgame live. Chris Bowden and Steve Conroy break down the game, plus bring you locker room reaction from both teams. That's all later tonight, but now more Cubs baseball with Len and Bob.
Gail, thank you. 9-1-2 for Texas, starting with Max Ramirez, a catcher. Rangers leading 2-1. The Cubs made a move today. Bob Howry has returned to the Cubs. He signed a major league contract, so he's in the bullpen. And Justin Berg has been sent to the minors. Also, David Patton designated for assignment. So Cubs adding a veteran presence, Bob Howry, as Derek Lee makes the catch. Bob got off to a bad start with Arizona, but over the last few years, Bob, his velocity kept getting a little bit better, and by June or July it was right where he wanted it, and the Cubs hope that's the case this year.
Well, you know, like a lot of hitters who are slow starters, they seem to have trouble out of the chute. It takes them a month or so to get their swing in a groove, and I think Bob Howry is the same kind of pitcher. And certainly his veteran presence down there in the bullpen is something that's been somewhat lacking for the Cubs this year, and hopefully Bob's got plenty of gas left in the tank.
A strike to Elvis Andrus. And Bob gets his old number 62 back.
Didn't have to fight for it.
No. Bird coming in, makes the waist high catch.
Yeah, Marlon Byrd has played enough games in this ballpark. You notice he doesn't immediately take off after a fly ball. He kind of holds his ground, gets a real good read on it, and only then does he make his move on the fly ball. He's seen that jet stream and what it can do on even the softest hit balls into the outfield. That time he held his ground for a couple of steps, saw that the ball was going to drop in front, came charging in, and made an easy play.
Backdoor breaker, a strike. 0-2 to Michael Young. Acquired from the Blue Jays in 2000. Derek just can't get it. Second hit of the night for Michael Young, a six-time All-Star. All-Star Game MVP in 06. And it's Kinsler. Kinsler hit for the cycle on April 15th of last year against Baltimore. 6 for 6. 4 knocked in, 5 runs. The first player in modern history to have a 6-hit cycle in a 9-inning game.
Good thing Lou wasn't managed against him in that game. He'd have walked him 5 times. Kinsler, I think a lot of people would be surprised to hear that he was a 30-30 guy last year. 31 homers, 31 stolen bases.
Third second baseman to do that, Brandon Phillips. And the guy who's done it most often, Alfonso Soriano, 3 times. People also might not know, Bob, that Ian Kinsler lost his starting spot at shortstop to Dustin Pedroia in college at Arizona State. He would end up at Missouri and was drafted in the 17th round of 2003 outside. Big swing, fouled it back. There's Clint Hurdle, who replaced Rudy Jaramillo as the Rangers hitting coach. Former Rockies manager. Mentioned Ron Washington, their skipper, in an embarrassing spring training disclosure of a positive drug test from last year, but the organization stood by him because of his sincerity, in the words of team president Nolan Ryan. And the Rangers are in first place and playing good baseball. He threw pretty hard.
Yeah, he did.
They're going through an ownership change right now. It's taken forever. Nolan Ryan right at the top of the organization. And he will be part of the new ownership group.
One of the most intimidating pitchers I ever faced. And he knew it. Nolan would get the throw back from the catcher after a pitch, look you right in the eyeballs from up in front of the mound, and then take a walk all the way around the first base side to the back of the mound, make eye contact with you again as he climbed up the back of the mound. I hit one home run against Nolan Ryan and ran around the bases like Marlon Byrd. I didn't want him.
As fast as you could.
Oh yeah, with my head down. He did me the biggest favor of my major league career. He threw me a fastball that I fouled into the first base dugout. He threw me another fastball. I fouled it into the first base dugout and then tried to roll a curveball up there that hung over the middle of the plate belt high, and I hit it out of the ballpark. Thank you.
Long battle continues. Full count on Kinsler. Young will go from first with 2 outs in the inning. Here's pitch number 9 to Kinsler. We'll see at least 10 in this at bat. Talking about Clint Hurdle, Rudy was here for so long. Has a very specific program that he gets his hitters to follow. I wonder what it's been like for Clint Hurdle to come into this situation as Kinsler walks. And Clint was a hitting coach in Colorado, so he's done this for a long time. And you certainly don't want to come into a situation, especially following Rudy, huge shoes to fill, and start telling guys, no, that's not how I would do it. And Rudy's not a guy who's going to try to fundamentally change a hitter's mechanics. But I think what he tried to do in spring training is learn everybody's swing, and when he saw swings he liked, memorize them, and then reminds guys when they're getting away from that a little bit.
Well, Clint Hurdle apparently working with these Rangers hitters on fouling off as many balls as they can. Some long at bats in this game.
Now Kinsler has reached 3 times in front of Guerrero, and again that has spelled disaster for a lot of pitchers this year. Guerrero with his 36th RBI, that double in the 4th. Out in front of that pitch, popped it up. Castro will take it. They leave 2. We'll head to the 6th. 2-1 Texas.
We'll head to the 9th with the Cubs up by 2.
You're clear. Partner, that sweater is uglier than Shea Stadium.
Surprised you didn't say that on the air.
It's time for a new wardrobe.
I assume you have somewhere in mind.
Wrigleyville Sports.
Oh no, that place is so intimidating. Too many choices.
Too many choices? Ever hear of asking for help? Their staff is the best.
Okay, say they help me pick out a new wardrobe. What do I do with this sweater?
Easy. Burn it.
Just like your hairpiece.
Many will hear the calling.
Move it! Yes, sir!
Few will earn the title United States Marine. The few, the proud Marines.
Relax in style with Elger Whirlpools from Menards. They're all on sale. The Patriot model features 6 hydrojets, just $599. The Triangle model features 3 contoured seating positions and 6 jets, $699. Update your kitchen with a new faucet from Moen. All Moen faucets are on sale. Choose from the Adler, Traditional, or Lindley model, all with matching spray nozzles and chrome finish. Your choice, just $59 each after rebate.
Save big money at Menards.
Tuesday, Starling Castro and the Cubs line up Wrigley in a battle with the Dodgers. Tune in as the Cubs hope to have LAC in stars. Cubs-Dodgers, Tuesday night at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Catch the exciting playoff action live. Text playoffs to B-Hawks. That's 242957 to join Blackhawks Mobile and be entered to win a pair of tickets when the Blackhawks take on the San Jose Sharks in Game 4 of the Western Conference Finals. That's playoffs to 242957. No purchase necessary. Message and data rates apply.
Marlon Byrd takes a strike. We're in the 6th. Each team with just 5 hits. We've only seen 3 runs in this game. Josh Hamilton laid down a sac bunt as part of the Rangers' 2-run 4th. Hasn't been the prettiest outing for either of these 2 starters, but they've kept their teams in it.
That's a common cliche you hear from pitching coaches and pitchers in the game nowadays. Give your team a chance to win. And right now they both have done that, even though it hasn't been very pretty up to this point.
Close pitch. Bird got the benefit of the doubt. 1-2. Very late on that swing, fouled it back to the netting. It's Darren O'Day on the Texas pen out in right center. Cubs pen is in left center. And a concrete box out there.
I think it gets a little warm in there in the summer.
2-hopper cut off by Young. Harry Carey's is the playoff headquarters for your Chicago Blackhawks. Patrick Kane calls Harry Carey's the best place to watch the Hawks outside the stadium. Join the celebration. Visit HarryCareysRestaurants.com or call 773-HOLY-COW. Yeah, not a lot of ventilation out in the bullpen in left center. Fontenot pops it up. And it'll reach the seats.
We were talking a little while ago, Len, about the value of advanced scouting in interleague play. Look at the Rangers' defensive alignment in the outfield. Do you think they don't have a book on Mike Fontenot? Most of Mike's hits this year have come to left field or left center field. David Murphy out there shading way over toward the foul line, and Josh Hamilton in center field probably a good 6, 8, maybe 10 steps over into the gap in left center.
Got in on him, and this will be easy for Smoke. Now, the best chance the Cubs have had tonight was in the 2nd. They had runners at 1st and 3rd with no outs. They did get 1, but it's been kind of a common refrain. Lots of base runners, lots of chances, and either 1 or nothing. I think the most stark example of that was yesterday in the 9th inning against Jose Contreras. 1st and 3rd, no outs, and they could not tie the game. It gets back to that age-old question. I don't know if anyone has the answer. I think there are a lot of opinions, and that is, do guys change? Should they change their mindset with runners on base? Do good hitters just hit no matter what? Is this a fundamental issue with this Cubs team that they, quote, don't hit with runners in scoring position? I haven't even looked at the numbers, but I'll tell you, every team we see, they all say the same thing.
Yeah, they do.
We can't get them in with less than 2 outs. Fly ball to left. And then Murphy will catch it. Bottom 6, Texas 2, the Cubs 1.
After battling the elements for 128 years, our wood stains can handle pretty much anything. Cabot, our performance is legendary.
We will have Smirnoff Vodka Blackhawks postgame live every game during the Western Conference Finals. Log on to csnchicago.com for our schedule, and of course we'll keep you posted on Sports Night at 6:30, 10, and midnight.
Did you know you don't have to buy a pop-up camper just because of weight or cost? Relax or trail ride in 10 minutes with a self-contained trailer, fifth wheel, or toy hauler from J&J Camper Sales. Truth in tow capacity, financing, and your warranty. That's the J&J Camper Sales difference. We are with you before, during, and after your RV purchase. J&J Camper Sales, Route 5, just west of the Quad City Downs in East Moline.
Enjoy a beautiful lawn for years to come with Simplicity tractors and mowers from B&B Lawn Equipment and Cyclery. We've been selling Simplicity equipment in Geneseo since the 1940s, and many of those same machines are still going strong today. The exclusive Simplicity mower features infinite height of cut control and an innovative free-floating mower deck for a clean, smooth, precise cut. Discover the way to a beautiful lawn with Simplicity tractors and mowers from B&B Lawn Equipment and Cyclery.
CSNChicago.com is your internet home for everything Cubs. Catch Lou's post-game remarks after every game. Get behind-the-scenes access with in-depth stories, insider blogs, and exclusive video. Visit CSNChicago.com, your internet home for everything Cubs. Hamilton rolls it to Derek Lee. That'll go 3-1 for the out. I looked it up. The Cubs have hit 267 as a team. They've hit 266 with runners in scoring position, 9th in the National League, so middle of the pack. And Bob, according to BaseballReference.com, the Cubs are right in the middle of Major League Baseball, averaging 4.5 runs a game. They are the epitome statistically of average.
And looking at this lineup going into the season, we anticipated a lot better than average. And it may still reach that point. I think there's a lot of untapped potential with this ball club.
Well, you think they had Nelson Cruz played perfectly position-wise? As Terrio was shaded up the middle, and Cruz lined it right at him. On Saturday, May 29th, the Cubs host the Cardinals. Their first trip to Wrigley Field. Game time 3:10. Be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 fans get a Cubs lapel pin. Compliments of Bank of America. Outside 1-1 to Murphy.
Looks like we got out of Philly just in time. Ryan Howard and Jason Worth have both gone deep in that game against the Red Sox in Philadelphia. Phillies lead at 5-1.
Lilly over to cover again. Quick 6th. Well, we get into the late innings. It's still a 2-1 Ranger lead.
Once again, the competition is comparing themselves to the Accord. Nice to see them aiming so high.
Look for money-saving leases and low financing at your Honda dealer.
or go to shophonda.com.
Hey, Anthony.
Hi, Gail.
You working the late shift tonight?
Yes, I am.
All right, well, you have a good night.
Deep drive to left.
You bet I will.
Gail Fisher has the touch. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Want to see all the action from the front row? Now you can with the CBOE Front Row Seats auction. Front row seats will be auctioned off to each game all season long. For more information, visit Cubs.com and click on the CBOE Front Row Seats auction. The best seats are always a click away.
Here.
So, you like what you see?
Absolutely.
Revealing enough for you?
Yeah. When did Coors Light get these new windows?
What?
Windows. Thank you.
Introducing the new Coors Light Cold Activation Window. Now you can see your beer is cold before you buy it.
It's a fire hazard.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Tuesday on Comcast Sportsnet, the Northsiders return to Wrigley to take on Manny Ramirez and the Dodgers. Coverage starts at 6:30 with GMC Sports Night. Cubs and Dodgers Tuesday night at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. And he's dealing with a toe injury. And Andre Ethier's on the DL. Darren O'Day makes his 20th appearance.
Now look at the numbers for the right-handed hitters and watch his delivery. That explains everything you need to know about that 132 average by right-handed hitters. O'Day was originally cut from the University of Florida team, began messing around with that sidearm delivery, and here he is in the major leagues. He's had a stint with the Angels of Anaheim, he's had a stint with the New York Yankees, and now here in Texas.
I don't know about you. I thought Colby Lewis was just okay. He would probably say the same thing, but he gave up 1 run in 6 innings.
Well, that's a head scratcher. He made so many mistakes belt high over the middle of the plate today. On another day when the Cubs were swinging the bats the way they're capable of, he might have given up 4 or 5 home runs. But a lot of those pitches that stayed up in the zone were fouled out of play. Hitters fell behind in the count, and then he was able to execute pitches after he got ahead.
Couple of sliders. 0-2 on Gio. Took his 30th walk of the year in the 4th inning, which has turned a .283 batting average into a .450 on base percentage. Cubs would like a base runner here, but he's got to battle down 0-2. Castro next. What do you do, Bob, as a righty facing a guy like O'Day who seems to be throwing it out of your hip pocket?
Well, my theory was for guys that threw sidearm or submarines, swing at everything. Now, obviously, I was a .248 lifetime hitter, so it didn't always work for me. But the hardest part is just picking up the release point as Soto goes down chasing a slider. You're so conditioned as a hitter to look up above the pitcher's throwing shoulder. Picture a box or a circle, whatever it is that you're comfortable with, and watch for his hand to come out of that box. Well, that box for O'Day is down below his belt out to the side toward third base. It usually takes you a couple of pitches to change your vision and see that release point. And by then, many times you're already in the hole at the plate and you're battling just to try to stay alive.
Slider strike to Castro.
I like to keep it simple. If he drops down, I swing.
That is pretty simple.
We had a number of sidearm pitchers back when I played.
Oh, sure.
Good. And Gene Garber and Kent Tekulve. There was a number of guys that used that sidearm delivery.
Dan Quisenberry in the other league. Balance swing as Castro really reached out. That's what O'Day wanted. He flies to Hamilton. So folks here in Texas want to say hi to a great Cubs fan back home in Chicago, Kathy Sampe, watching tonight. Well, they were all lined up in front of Ron Santos' broadcast position before the game. A lot of Cub fans here. They just happen to wear cowboy boots.
10-gallon hats and big belt buckles.
Gets ahead of Kosuke Fukudome. As the outs start to dwindle for the Cubs, you start to think we're going to need to hit a long ball. Get a guy or two on and crank one out of here. We have not seen a home run yet. O'Day has a sign from his catcher, Ramirez. Slings it up there. Got him. Slider was terrific in the seventh. They'll stretch here in Texas. 2-1 Rangers.
We will have Smirnoff Vodka Blackhawks postgame live every game during the Western Conference Finals. Log on to CSNChicago.com for our schedule, and of course we'll keep you posted on Sportsnight at 6:30, 10, and midnight.
My boy loves motorcycles, just like his dad. First things first, motorcycle safety. When I got hit, at least I knew who to call. The Law Tigers. Here it is. This card is as important as his safety gear. I've been carrying a Law Tigers card for years, and I want him to have one too. With the Law Tigers, you never ride alone. Get your free biker benefit card at your favorite motorcycle shop or online at lawtigers.com. Chicagoland's injury lawyers who ride.
How does Chili's make its honey chipotle crispers so craveable? It's all in the preparation. We hand batter each piece of all white meat chicken, cooked to perfection, and toss them in our signature honey chipotle sauce, making them crispy pieces of heaven on earth. Try them today at Chili's.
Let's take the garden into our own hands. Soak our yards in color. Get our hands a little busier, our dollars a little stronger, and our thinking a little greener. Let's grab all the bags and all the plants and all the latest tools out there so we can turn all these savings into more colorful shades of doing. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Right now, get the Roundup Weed and Grass Killer Pump and Go at a new lower price of only $15.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you by The Karate Kid, starring Jaden Smith and Jackie Chan, in theaters June 11th.
Time for our Home Depot doing more on defense. Kosuke Fukudome with a fantastic running, leaping grab to rob Michael Young back in the third inning. Home half of the seventh. Justin Smoke, the first baseman. Soto behind the plate. One pitch, one out. Watch Comcast Sportsnet Cubs game replays on demand with Xfinity TV from Comcast. Don't miss the action. Call 1-800-XFINITY today. Ted trying to get through 7 for the third straight start. Catcher Ramirez, ball 1. He's from Venezuela. And he slices a fly ball to right, caught by Fukudome.
Basically, the Rangers have 2 backup catchers. Ramirez and Matt Trainer, guys who have been in that backup catcher role throughout their career. But as you said earlier, the youngsters just didn't get it done earlier in the season.
Rangers are 16-8 when Matt Trainer starts. Good defensive catcher. Andrus has had a quiet night. He hasn't been too quiet this season. Came in with the highest on-base average among all leadoff hitters in the major leagues at .421. Lilly has kept him to an 0-for-3 start tonight. Late on the swing, fouled into the upper deck.
Andrus is one of the guys on this Rangers team that will steal a base. 15 on the season. He's been caught 7 times, which tells me maybe he doesn't always pick the right pitch to run on, but definitely has base stealing speed.
And it's ripped into center. Probably see him attempt a steal here. Ted just kind of kicked the dirt on the back of the mound in frustration. Well, Elvis Andrus could talk stolen bases with Gary Pettis, the first base coach.
I think Ted Lilly was frustrated because he now knows he's going to have to split his attention between the hitter at the plate, Michael Young, and Elvis Andrus over there at first base.
And a base stealer's lead already for Andrus. And Lilly's going to throw over there. Gary Pettis stole 354 bases in his 11-year career. 5 Gold Gloves. Weren't too many guys who had better range in the outfield than Gary Pettis.
Gary Pettis was one of those guys that looked fast when he was standing still back in his playing days.
How many home runs did he take away?
Oh, man.
Leaping catches going over the wall. Hit foul by Young. Carlos Zambrano is up in the Cubs pen, available tonight and tomorrow, and then will most likely throw a simulated game on the off day Monday back home. The Cubs will then chat and try to figure out when he'll be back in the starting rotation. No date has been set. Frank Francisco up for the Rangers. There he goes. Soto with the throw. Well, a good throw, but not in time. Put it right on the base, but Andrus simply beat it.
Well, nothing more Gio could have done on that one. Got rid of the ball quickly, made a perfect throw right on the base to second. Not even a great jump over there that time by Andrus, which speaks to his speed. In with the feet first slide ahead of the tag.
Sometimes the problem for the fastest base stealers is actually staying on the bag, and you saw Terrio keep the tag on, and Andrus did not come off the base. You probably didn't have that problem, right?
I had a problem sliding. You have to run fast enough to slide. No, but hey, I mean, you bring up a good point. There was a time before my playing career and even into the beginning of my playing career where sliding was something you practiced in spring training. You would have a day where that was the fundamental that you worked on early in the morning. I don't know that too many teams do that anymore, mostly because of the risk of injury. But I think there's a screaming lack of good sliders in the major leagues nowadays. Yeah, we see it all the time. Guys steal a base, slide right over second base, and are tagged out on the other side.
Some guys slide late and injure themselves as Lou's coming out. Lou said good job, and he's going to ask for Zambrano. 2 down in the 7th. The Lexus Pursuing Perfection call to the pen. 2-1 Rangers.
It's another perfect day out here today.
Can I get you anything else?
We got to get back to work.
On the move. We even saw a kid taking a bath in a water fountain. Whoa, I spoke too soon. This just in. A freak storm is blowing into the area. We're going to be experiencing hurricane-force winds and dense fog, followed by sheets of driving rain. Stay inside, hunker down, grab a beer. This is going to be a long one.
Buffalo Wild Wings. You have to be here.
We're receiving reports of hail the size of... Oh, boy.
Nissan's National TED event is going on now. We've made them capable and award-winning. We've made them dependable and inspiring. Now, we've made them easier to get, like Nissan Altima, $199 per month, or 0% financing on most new Nissans. Get to a Nissan dealer today. Hurry, Nissan's National TED event ends soon.
There's nothing like seeing Blackhawks hockey in stunning high definition. And there's nothing like watching the biggest new DVD releases on breathtaking Blu-ray. Bring home the best in home entertainment with the Sylvania HD LCD flat screen and the outstanding Sylvania Blu-ray disc player. Available today at Sears.
Don't miss your chance to be part of the brand new PNC Club of Chicago. The new club, located down the third baseline, offers high-end catering, a top-shelf bar, indoor and outdoor seating, and other benefits that allow for a truly all-inclusive game day experience. Membership also includes parking for every home game. To reserve your season tickets in the PNC Club of Chicago, call 773-404-4200.
Season high 111 pitches for Ted Lilly as he chats with Ed Halber, Cubs assistant athletic trainer. Here's Big Z. Arguably his best two appearances as a reliever have been his last two. 2 on, 2 down. Kinsler has walked twice, singled, and scored. The runners are both going. Throw goes to third. Late. Double steal. 3 in the inning. Andrews with 2 of them. Michael Young on the back end with his second of the year.
Take advantage of a reliever coming into the ball game and focusing on that first pitch he wants to throw. Boy, great jump by both base runners. No chance for Soto that time.
And normally it's tough to steal on Zambrano. I think you're right. The element of surprise. Fukudome in, and they leave 2 in scoring position. So Z had to throw 2 pitches to get the final out, and we'll go to the 8th. Texas leading by a run.
Winning more awards for quality and customer service than any other luxury manufacturer the last 10 years says something. Yet the award we value most is the fact that Lexus has had more repeat loyal drivers in more of the last 10 years than any other luxury brand. To express our thanks, we are featuring our best values of the year, giving you unprecedented access to Lexus. Lease the 2010 RX 350 all-wheel drive for $479 a month for 36 months with $35.95 due at signing at your Lexus dealer.
It doesn't take much. An everyday moment can turn romantic at a moment's notice. And when it does, men with erectile dysfunction can be more confident in their ability to be ready with Cialis. With 2 clinically proven dosing options, you can choose the moment that's right for you and your partner. 36-hour Cialis and Cialis for daily use. Cialis for daily use is a low-dose tablet you take every day so you can be ready anytime the moment's right, day or night.
Tell your doctor about your medical condition and all medications, and ask if you're healthy enough for sexual activity.
Don't take Cialis if you take nitrates for chest pain, as this may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure.
Don't drink alcohol in excess with Cialis. Side effects may include headache, upset stomach, delayed backache, or muscle ache. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. If you have any sudden decrease or loss in hearing or vision, stop taking Cialis and call your doctor right away.
36-hour Cialis or Cialis for daily use. Ask your doctor if Cialis is right for you. You can be ready for your moment with Cialis.
Visit the official online shop of the Cubs at Cubs.com. Browse the largest selection of official gear, including the latest apparel, nostalgic memorabilia, and authentic classics for the whole family. Get your gear from the official source, the Cubs.com shop. Accept no substitutes. Frank Francisco is on for the Rangers.
Leads American relief pitchers in decisions. He's had 5 victories and 3 losses out of the bullpen for the Rangers. His ERA was 27 at one point this season. He slowly whittled it down to the 5.09 where it stands today. Lefties have had much better success against him than righties.
Had 25 saves last year, despite 3 trips to the disabled list.
Need a runner. Bloop and a blast.
Well, 2, 3, and 4. That's Terry O'Lee, and tonight Alfonso Soriano in the cleanup spot. Ramos Ramirez day-to-day with a sore left thumb. Francisco from the stretch with nobody on. And yet another foul ball about 20 rows up behind first base. That's been a gold mine for souvenirs.
It really has been. I think everybody in that one section has a ball to go home with tonight. I think there have only been a couple of foul balls in the game, though, that I thought in another ballpark may have been playable. A couple down the first baseline. But for the most part, the foul balls have been well out of play.
The catcher Ramirez wanted to hold up his pitcher, so he asked Dan Iasonia for timeout, and he got it. Got him on what looked like a splitter or a changeup.
Well, some kind of an off-speed pitch. Had a little bit of downward movement, but definitely off-speed. Ryan Theriot trying to protect in that 2-strike count. It looked like a bottom of the strike zone pitch, and then just fell off as it got into the hitting zone.
You could see the index and middle fingers pretty spread out on the ball. A nasty split. Fastball low. How about this one, Bob? The Twins lead the Brewers 13-0 in the bottom of the 7th. No home runs for Minnesota. That's hard to do. 13 runs on 15 hits. So they've just been playing keep the line moving in that one. Dave Bush got 1 out, gave up 7 runs. Jeff Suppan gave up 5 in under 4 innings in relief. The 2-0 to Lee, a strike, a pitcher's strike, outer third, 2-1.
Well, Len, one thing I've noticed in this game, you watch Derek Lee and his hitting approach with that wide open front side. They both start with the left foot wide open and then close up as the pitch is being delivered. Very similar styles.
2-2. Well, the outfielders are as deep as you can play. All about maybe 15 feet from the warning track, guarding against an extra base hit here in the late innings.
No doubles defense.
3-2. Which means there's more space between the infielders and outfielders, so bloop hits are a little more likely.
Ground balls that get through the infield and slow down on that outfield grass, you could conceivably hustle a double.
Braves shut out the Pirates behind Tim Hudson's 8 innings tonight. 7-0 the final. Jason Hayward and Brian McCann homered for the Braves. Only non-interleague matchup of the night. Lined and caught by Kinsler. Pitch to Soriano. Oh, it was up. That was a splitter that hung, but he must have been looking for a fastball. That was not where Francisco wanted it.
If you think back to most of the damage Soriano's done in his time here with the Cubs, it usually comes on pitches down in the zone. He can handle a pitch up there around the belt, but he does most of his extra base and home run damage on pitches down.
That one was up as well, and it just kicked over the mitt of Young. He was guarding the line, so he was actually moving to his left on a ball that normally would be hit right at him.
Well, you see where he stands? That's ridiculous. I mean, most third basemen are taught if you can get to the line with a dive, and some guys that are a little quicker, maybe a step in a dive, that's as close as you need to get to that third baseline. He was standing with his right foot on the chalk.
I don't think I've ever seen a guy play that close to the line. Inning alive for Bird. And another one gets by him. 2 on with 2 down. Michael Young, former Gold Glover at short. Those are both hits, but both balls that were certainly playable. Perfectly placed, I guess. Mike Maddox, the pitching coach, is out. Probably telling his pitcher, you're going to have to get 5 outs in this inning. You're doing what you're supposed to do.
Well, he was maybe a step off the third baseline as that play started. Marlon Byrd able to shoot one past him into left field. I'm really puzzled over where he was positioned for Soriano. I mean, we all know Fonzie's a dead pull hitter, but like I said, a step and a dive. He was playing probably 15 feet behind the bag. Look at that. That's too close to the line for me. Cub fans being heard here.
38,943. And there's a lot of Cubby blue in the stands. All this developing with 2 down. And the pitch to Mike Fontenot. Down the left field line. It's slicing foul.
That probably scores 2. Marlon Byrd was off like a shot at first base, was right on Alfonso Soriano's heels between second and third. Not much foul territory down there, but clearly foul.
Cubs struck in the second. And Fontenot scored that run. Rangers got 2 in the 4th. We're now in the 8th.
High strike call that time.
Ranger fans responding. The kick and the 0-2 gets away. Runners will move up. Big turn by Soriano, but Francisco is right on the dish.
Base hit will give the Cubs the lead here with 2 outs. Marlon Byrd will be off on any contact. Matter of fact, with 2 strikes on Mike Fontenot, he'll be off when Mike Fontenot starts his bat.
The 1-2. Stays alive. We've seen that splitter a lot here in this inning. Left one up to Soriano, who singled to keep the inning alive. Throws him on a fastball to end the threat. 2-out rally snuffed out by Francisco. Bottom 8, still 2-1.
Pick, ride, finance, drive, pull it, park it, haul it, ride it.
At J&J, you start by picking your perfect RV and taking her for a test drive. We'll set you up with financing and you're on the road. J&J Camper, a family-owned business for over 40 years on Route 5 East Moline. Dream it, own it, live it.
Roll out the red carpet. The top-selling Hondas in the Quad Cities have just arrived at LeJack Honda. It's our first ever Honda Premier event. We have the big Honda selection and inventory you want. New Civics, $149 a month, just $5 a day. Insights, $179 a month, just $6 a day. New Accords, $189 a month, that's just $6 a day. Be the first in line and get in on the huge savings. Log on to LeJackHonda.com to find your vehicle. Sale ends soon, only at LeJack Honda. We'll go the extra mile for you.
Sayers.
Hi everyone, Gail Fisher with the Chevy Sports Night Update. And a programming reminder that Sylvania Cubs postgame live immediately follows the game, and that's followed by a special playoff edition of Blackhawks postgame live. Chris Bowden and Steve Conroy break down the game, plus bring you locker room reaction from both teams. That's all tonight, but now more Cubs with Len and Bob.
Okay, Gail. 1 strike to Vladimir Guerrero. The Ranger DH. On 1 hop, it's Terrio. 2 up, 2 down for Zambrano. Ahead to the 9th. Probably going to be Neftali Feliz against Nady, Soto, and Castro. James Russell is from nearby Colleyville, Texas. Up with another lefty, Sean Marshall. Home run cut by Josh Hamilton. He missed it. Deep drive the other way. Soriano now backpedaling. Can't get it as he misplayed it. And Hamilton has a double. He was moving laterally and then tried to backpedal, and it was too late.
Soriano totally fooled by that ball. If he would have kept running with his left shoulder toward that out-of-town scoreboard, he may have been able to get back there in time, but he started backpedaling and just couldn't get to the spot quickly enough.
Brings up 2009 All-Star Nelson Cruz. RBI double in the 4th. And as Bob mentioned, has a Derek Lee-like open stance.
Yeah, similarities are really amazing. You see how that left foot is wide open, but the upper body is square to the pitcher's mound. Then he closes up as Zambrano delivers. You get a look at both guys. Very, very similar in style.
The only difference is where they hold their hands.
Yeah, Derek a little higher with his hands, the bat a little more upright. Cruz lays his bat on the back shoulder a little bit more, but the lower part of the body and the way the upper body is turned, very, very similar.
A pop-up. Soto with a beat on it. 2 outs. Experience Cubs baseball from the private comfort of the Bud Light Batter's Eye in center field, offering a spectacular view and catered service for groups of 75 to 100. The Bud Light Batter's Eye is a great option for entertaining in Chicago's unpredictable spring weather. It's also available for non-game day functions. To book your date or for more info, visit Cubs.com/suites or call 773-404-4200. Runner at second, 2 outs. A strike on David Murphy. Z's pitch popped up, out of play, off to the left. Finally somebody in one of those sections going, it's about time. Oh, the foul balls have gone the other way. High fastball back our way. Broke his bat as he bounced it to Fontenot. Strong throw. Z does his job. An inning and a third, 1 hit, no runs. Last chance now for the Cubs in the ninth. 2-1 Rangers.
Discover the unexpected beauty and man-made relaxation in Northwest Florida. Fly Southwest new one-stops from Chicago Midway to Panama City Beach starting at $119 one way. Grab your beach bag, it's on.
Let's take the garden into our own hands. Soak our yards in color. Get our hands a little busier, our dollars a little stronger, and our thinking a little greener. Let's grab all the bags and all the plants and all the latest tools out there so we can turn all these savings into more colorful shades of doing. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Right now, get the Roundup Weed and Grass Killer Pump and Go at a new lower price of only $15.
Introducing Suzuki's free gas for summer event. Suzukis are built for fun, and they get great gas mileage. So how can Suzuki fuel your fun even more? We can give you free gas for the whole summer. Right now, buy any Suzuki, including the amazing all-new Kizashi Sport Sedan. And Suzuki will give you free gas all summer long. For the free gas for summer event, visit your local Suzuki dealer today. Now you can lease an all-wheel drive Kizashi S for just $229 a month for 48 months.
After the game, stick around for Sylvania Cubs post-game live. Send your questions to PGL Chicago at ComcastSportsnet.com. You could get an answer live on air right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. New catcher is Matt Trainer. And the new pitcher, Neftali Feliz. 11 out of 13 in safe chances.
Really, really good fastball. Average velocity 96 miles an hour. Also throws a slider and a changeup. 11 out of 13 in save opportunities this year. Big time strikeout pitcher and a strike thrower. 23 strikeouts against only 4 base on balls.
He just turned 22 on May 2nd. From Azua in the Dominican Republic. Acquired at the trade deadline in 2007. Was the Mark Teixeira deal. And the Rangers are happy to have him. 6'3", 215 pounds. Now Nady's going to lead off the inning, and Tyler Colvin apparently is going to hit for Soto. And again, the Rangers play their outfield back. Young is guarding the line, but not quite as much as in the 8th inning. Here we go. 95, but it missed. Feliz trying to save it for Colby Lewis. That's a strike. 94 that time. Just simply blew it past him.
Having a hard time figuring out the Tyler Colvin for Giovanni Soto at bat due to follow Xavier Nady. Left-handed batters are hitting under 100 against Feliz. Righties hitting 324.
Bounced past the mound, but not by Kinsler. Off balance throw, and they get the out. So here is Colvin for Soto, according to Fangraphs.com. Feliz's fastball this year, 96.6 miles per hour. That's the average. And his changeup at 87. Matt Trainer's pretty much going to be putting down one finger for most of this inning. Oh, 0-1 to Colvin. Now I can't catch, but I could put down my index finger.
And you'd be pretty smart with Feliz on the mound. Put down that index finger repeatedly.
Looking forward to the Feliz-Castro matchup, 22 against 20, after Colvin hopefully gets on. Fastball away yet again.
He shook a couple times to get to it. He's done that on the last 2 pitches. Trainer has put down the index finger for a fastball away. Feliz shook it off. He put down the 2 for a breaking pitch. He shook that off, came right back to the fastball away again.
They're going with a change. And Colvin pulls it into the right field corner. On his way to second. Taking a look at it. He's got to stop there as Cruz gets it back in. I think that's the first change of the inning. 88. But that probably felt like a BP fastball compared to the 95-mile-an-hour heater.
I was just thinking, you remember the story I told you earlier about Nolan Ryan throwing me 2 fastballs? I couldn't get around on him. He threw me an off-speed pitch. I was able to pull it out of the ballpark. Tyler Colvin having all kinds of problem catching up to the Feliz fastball, and he did him a favor. Threw him a changeup in the strike zone, and Tyler Colvin spanked it down into that right field corner for a double.
Well, look at Trainer's glove. It's going, get it down, 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 down. Now watch where he throws it.
It's not always the pitch. More often, it's the location. Yeah, that's a very hittable changeup.
Castro an opportunity here. Another nail biter. Cubs trail by 1 in the 9th. Couple of chances here to get in Colvin. Couple of potential future stars from the Dominican Republic. Neftali Feliz, Starlin Castro in a big spot. The 2-0, he took it high. Both guys came into the year the top prospect in their respective organizations according to Baseball America, and here they are in the big leagues. Outside corner, 3-1. Kosuke on deck. Cruz is over, and he caught it in foul territory. Colvin tagging and heading to third, 2 outs. Bob mentioned down the lines, when you get out near the poles, there's very little foul ground before you reach the stands. But Cruz had just enough room to make the catch. That's a nice play.
Oh, that is a nice play. And once Tyler Colvin saw that ball was going to be in foul territory, he immediately went back to tag up and easily advances on to third. That's significant if a ball happens to get past Matt Trainer behind the plate, either a wild pitch or a pass ball. The Cubs could tie this one up.
Well, just about everybody up now. Fans of both teams. The tying run 90 feet away. We're 2 down in the 9th. Strike 1. It's the best fastball we've seen from Feliz at 97. Overthrew it at 98, 1-1. The question is, will Trainer ask for a changeup this time? I'm guessing no.
You wouldn't think so.
They got burned the last time as Colvin doubled on a hanging changeup.
Another fastball in.
99, but off target.
Be a little youthful enthusiasm trying to end this game with a punch out. Each fastball he's thrown to Fukudome has gone up 1 mile per hour. Comes another heater.
With 2 outs. 2-1 Texas. Here it is. A pop-up on a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. Andrews under it, and the Rangers take game 1. Well, Feliz has nasty stuff. All power, and the Cubs strand the tying run at third base for the 2nd straight day. We thought we might see a bunch of offense tonight with the conditions here in Texas, but the pitchers dominated this one, Bob. It wasn't always pretty. The starters struggled, but only 3 runs the entire night.
Yeah, it was an unusual ball game at the beginning. The 2 starting pitchers both scuffled. I really feel the Cubs offense let Colby Lewis off the hook tonight. He made a lot of mistakes up over the heart of the plate. But that's baseball.
Not easy to pinpoint the GMC player of the game, but we're going to go with Ian Kinsler because he jump-started the 4th inning with this crazy swinging bunt single. The Cubs would commit 2 errors on the play. He would get the 3rd and would score their first run to tie it up. A couple of walks for Kinsler, reaching 3 times, and he's our GMC player of the game.
As good as any in this ball game.
Scoring on the double by Guerrero. They would add 1 in the 4th on the Cruz double, and that would be all they would need. So that's going to wrap up our game coverage. Special thanks to Bob Albrecht, Dave Turner, Tamara Anderson, and our entire Comcast Sportsnet crew. Final score tonight, Rangers 2, Cubs 1. We'll hit the air again for Cubs baseball here on Comcast Sportsnet. Tuesday night, starting this big homestand against the Dodgers, 7 o'clock from Wrigley Field. In-game scoring provided by ScorePad, and now for Bob Brenly. This is Len Casper. Stay tuned. Sylvania post-game live is next.
Hi everyone, Gail Fisher inviting you to join us for Sylvania Cubs post-game live. Todd Hollinsworth joins me to break down the game. We'll talk about Ted Lilly's outing, plus get you set for tomorrow's game with Randy Wells on the mound. That's ahead on Sylvania Cubs post-game live.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 57th President of the United States.
AT&T, the nation's fastest 3G network. Get your grad the exclusive Samsung Strive for just $19.99, only from AT&T.
The Chicago Cubs strongly encourage the use of public transportation. The CTA offers a variety of options, including the Red Line, which stops right at Wrigley Field at the Edison Station. If you must drive, try the remote parking operation at DeVry University, located near the Edison and Rockwell intersection. The remote lot offers parking and an express bus for just $6. For more details, call the CTA hotline at 773-836-7000 or visit Cubs.com.
A 315 horsepower, 5.3-liter V8. 21 highway MPG. 20-inch wheels and a heart of chrome. GMC Sierra. Get 0% APR for 72 months on Sierra half-tons. Rated a Consumer's Digest Best Buy. Or choose $5,000 cash back on most Sierras.
So, you like what you see?
Absolutely.
Revealing enough for you?
Yeah. When did Coors Light get these new windows?
What?
Windows. Thank you.
Introducing the new Coors Light Cold Activation Window. Now you can see your beer is cold before you buy it.
It's a fire hazard.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines. Visit southwest.com. Grab your bag. It's on. Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings. Chevy. Midas. For brakes, oil changes, and tires, trust the Midas touch. And by Toyota. And your local Toyota dealers. Official partner of the Chicago Cubs.
Comcast gives you access to over 2,000 choices and the best HD picture quality in Chicago. Plus, get 10,000 on-demand titles to pick and play whenever you're ready. Call 1-888-4BEST-TV.
This is Sylvania Cubs postgame live.
The Cubs fall to Texas 2-1 is your final in opening up interleague play on the season. It's their second straight day losing by 1 run. The Cubs have lost 9 one-run ball games this season. Hello and welcome to Sylvania Cubs postgame live alongside former Cub outfielder Todd Hollingsworth. I'm Gail Fisher. We have a little bit of a different background here for you because we want to bring you Blackhawks postgame live as soon as that game ends. We also have a little sports night for you to get you caught up on all of the day's news. But right now we have to talk, Todd, about another losing effort from the Cubs. However, it's a pitching duel. Ted Lilly, though, will have to suffer his 4th loss of the season.
Well, hopefully the Blackhawks will win a close one. Right now, you're the Cubs tonight. Runners in scoring position. We can talk about it early. We can talk about it late. We can talk about it yesterday. This seems to be the Achilles heel of this team right now. Getting that big hit in those moments of the game that matter the most. And unfortunately, you watched pressure in this 2-1 ball game. Offensively, what little there was come from Texas. They took advantage. We can talk about the slow roller to Mike Fontenot early in the game on his throw to first base. You know what? Really, that play to me breaks down with Ian Kinsler. His willingness to try to go to second base on the play, and that's how it is. It's not so much that Mike Fontenot was throwing on the run. Those plays happen. You understand that. But Ian Kinsler was willing to go to second base, to make a running attempt at that. It put pressure on the defense. The defense, Terrio's got to make a fantastic throw into second base to even get him out. He throws into right field. It sets the table. And you watch how they did this. We talk about a bunt later in the game by one of their big guys in their lineup. Just the willingness to play selfless baseball, and they get a 2-1 win tonight. Yeah, sack bunt by Hamilton. 2 errors on 1 play for the Cubs. That kind of defense is not going to win you many close ball games for sure. And then there's Vlad Guerrero with the RBI double. So the Rangers really capitalizing on the mistakes the Cubs made in this inning. Well, again, the Cubs have been playing pretty good defense. They come in 1 error in their last 7 ball games, and guess what? There was a 4-game winning streak right in the middle of that. And so you talk about the fundamentals about this team. That's what seems to be lacking, the consistency in the fundamentals. We can talk all we want till we're blue in the face about the 3 and 4 hitters not producing right now. But you know what? When your team is good, you find ways to fight through it. Not everybody's 3 and 4 hitters hit all year long. Those guys struggle, they slump, they go through things. Everybody understands that. Guys pick each other up. But it starts with fundamentals, and you watch Texas do that tonight. They got a great pitching effort great pitching from their bullpen. I thought they had some opportunities against Lewis early. They kind of let him off the hook. But I'll say this, they did enough things to win ball games. They've got 18 wins at home. They're in the middle of a 5-game winning streak. They're playing good baseball, but it's not just them beating the daylights out of the baseball, as we all know goes on down there in Texas quite a bit. They won a 2-1 ball game tonight.
All right, speaking of some missed opportunities, let's take a look back. They had them early and couldn't capitalize, and then they also had them late. In the first inning, a couple of runners on, and Soriano couldn't get anything going there, and then Marlon Byrd couldn't score those runs either. So as you mentioned, they can't get the timely hitting. They did earlier in the week, but it's about the consistency.
Exactly, and you kind of felt the pressure in those situations. You know, you see Soriano up there in that situation. He's got to realize he's obviously got 2 strikes on him. You want to see him take a full half. You don't want to see an indecisive approach on a 2-strike pitch with runners in scoring position. We talk about that a little bit later in the ballgame. Mike Fano has a bat in the 8th inning with runners on 1st and 2nd, and he ends up taking a called 3rd strike. I mean, these are meaningful points in the game in which you have got to at least put that ball in play and put some pressure on the defense to go out there and make a play. Sometimes it's a 4-3, a ground ball to the second baseman, but when you strike out, nothing happens.
All right, some poor defense and untimely hitting for the Cubs does them in. 2-1 is your final as they fall to the Texas Rangers. We'll have more post-game live right after this.
There's nothing like seeing Blackhawks hockey in stunning high definition. And there's nothing like watching the biggest new DVD releases on breathtaking Blu-ray. Bring home the best in home entertainment with the Sylvania HD LCD flat screen and the outstanding Sylvania Blu-ray disc player. Available today at Sears.
There's no way to avoid a ticket if you don't use your seatbelt. Cops are stepping up enforcement and looking for unbuckled drivers like never before. If you don't buckle up, you will get stuck with a ticket. Click it or ticket.
Nissan's National TED event is going on now. We've made them capable and award-winning. We've made them dependable and inspiring. Now, we've made them easier to get, like Nissan Altima, $199 per month, or 0% financing on most new Nissans. Get to a Nissan dealer today. Hurry, Nissan's National TED event ends soon.
Wise Guys Pizza all-you-can-eat lunch buffet 7 days a week. 8 styles of pizza to choose from, or request your favorite. Also includes the best chicken wings in the Quad Cities, a fantastic salad bar, soup, and made-from-scratch pastas.
Wings are great. Pizza's good. You get a lot for your money.
They have excellent pizza. You know, plenty of pizza on their buffet, and it's good. They have the best buffet in the Quad Cities.
Come in for the best pizza and wings in the Quad Cities. Wise Guys Pizza on 53rd Street in Davenport.
Quad Cities. Build a backyard of your dreams at the Swim Spa Hot Tub and Sauna Show this weekend. See rows and rows of hot tub saunas and swim spas, over 40 to choose from. This is the largest display of spas in the bi-state. Text spa sale to 41513. Get a $1,000 value pack free. Quad Cities, the Swim Spa Hot Tub and Sauna Show is this weekend only at the QCCA Expo Center. Don't miss the largest hot tub sale of the year. Admission is free. For info, log on to poolandspashow.com or call 1-800-SPA-SALE. That's 1-800-SPA-SALE.
Sports Rise every morning, only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Time now for our Four Seasons Who's Hot, Who's Not around the majors right now. A couple of Florida Marlins are hot. Dan Uggla supplying the offense. Anibal Sanchez the pitching, 2-0 with 15 strikeouts. Who's not hot? Mark Reynolds and Ian Stewart have identical numbers almost, 4 for 22 and 4 for 24. And Tommy Hansen of the Braves, 2 starts with an ERA over 13. Well, every day on Cubs Postgame Live, we pick the best Len and Bob call of the game. This one comes in the 3rd inning. Here is today's Felco call of the game.
Pitching like he is now, you notice he's pitching a little bit faster. Oh, what a running catch by Fukudome out in deep right center.
All right. right, so it wasn't all bad defense for the Cubs in this game. That was a great play by Kosuke Fukudome. Tomorrow, Game 2 against the Texas Rangers is on deck, and the matchup will be Randy Wells on the mound and Derek Holland for the Rangers. So Randy Wells will have to try to pitch as well as Ted Lilly did today, and hope the Cubs supply him some offense.
Well, again, that's been the big question mark this year, but I think Randy's going to look to pick up where he left off in his last outing. Had a great outing against the Colorado Rockies. Look for him to obviously keep the ball down with his sinker. This is a good mix, this Texas lineup. They've got some aggressive hitters that swing early in the count. You saw that in the middle of this ball game. You've got some patient hitters in Kinsler and Michael Young, guys who are definitely disciplined, willing to take pitches. 2-0-2 base hits to the other way tonight off Ted Lilly. So he's got to understand where to be aggressive in the count and where to, make good first pitches with like Vladimir Guerrero and Nelson Cruz. So he's going to have his hands full.
And another good positive, by the way, was Carlos Zambrano coming in, getting out of a jam. So the pitching was there tonight. The offense wasn't. Hopefully it'll be there, though, tomorrow. And that's going to do it for Cubs Postgame Live. For Todd Hollinsworth, I'm Gail Fisher. A special edition of Sports Night is coming up next, but you want to keep it here because we will bring you Blackhawks Postgame Live as soon as that game goes final. Thanks for watching.
Cubs Postgame Live is presented to you in high definition by Sylvania HD LCD TVs and Blu-ray disc players. You must see baseball in stunning high definition.
When you see all the detail, you see the game come alive like never before.
He's got a breakaway from center ice. A lead pass. Right to the quick shot. He
The Sylvania HD LCD TV, available today at Sears.
Nissan's National TED event is going on now. We've made Rogue reliable and stylish. We've made it versatile and a best buy. Now, Nissan Rogue is easier to get. Lease it for just $199 per month or get 0% financing on most new Nissans. Get to a Nissan dealer today. Hurry, Nissan's National TED event ends soon.
Would somebody please give me some good news?
Right now at Feldco, buy one window, get one free.
That sounds good.
Call 866 for Feldco.
This month only, get 2 top quality Feldco replacement windows for the price of 1. That's 50% off.
Feldco's buy one, get one ends soon. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
It's another perfect day out here today.
Can I get you anything else?
We gotta get back to work.
On the move. We even saw a kid taking a bath in a water fountain. Whoop, I spoke too soon. This just in. A freak storm is blowing into the area. We're going to be experiencing hurricane-force winds and dense fog, followed by sheets of driving rain. Stay inside, hunker down, grab a beer. This is going to be a long one.
Buffalo Wild Wings. You have to be here.
We're receiving reports of hail the size of... Oh, boy.
It's the Chevy Spring Event, and everyone deserves a crossover they can count on, with room for up to 8 and all their stuff. Backed by a 100,000-mile powertrain warranty and a Consumer's Digest Best Buy 2 years in a row. Discover Traverse for yourself and see why over 1,000 people a day are switching to Chevy.
During Spring Event, get 0% APR for 60 months on a 2010 Traverse with an average finance savings of $54.38. The switch to Chevy starts at ChevyDealer.com.
Is Sports Night, presented by DAX. Live from the Comcast Sportsnet studios in downtown Chicago.
Hello and welcome to Sports Night, presented by DAX. I'm Luke Stuckmeyer. Cubs and White Sox begin interleague play. Your highlights are on the way. Plus, we will hear from Peppers and Cutler after day 1 at Bears minicamp. But we start with Game 3 at the United Center. The Hawks right now trying for a commanding 3-0 series lead in the Western Conference Finals. Now, they were down 0-2 in the finals last year, but they're up 2-0 this time early in the first of this game.
Sharks with a power play. Patrick Marleau turned away by Anthony Niemi. Joe Pavelski there to knock it home, but not a whole lot of celebration because the refs would review it. Two angles show the puck was kicked in. Never hit it with his stick. No good. Still a scoreless game, so it's waved off. Over 7 minutes left. John Madden turned away. The puck bounces out. Ben Eager misses a great chance at the open net. Minute and a half left in the first. Great puck handling by Marian Hossa. Throws the backhander at Evgeny Nabokov, but he gets stopped, and we are scoreless after 20 minutes of play. In the second period, Danny Heatley takes the nice centering pass here and a great chance in front of the net, but Niemi shuts him down. Later, San Jose, the 5-on-3. Marleau fires the puck off the rebound. Hawks opponents now have scored the first goal in the last 5 home playoff games, 1-0. 3 minutes later, Hawks power play. Jonathan Taves, the perfect pass to Patrick Sharp, his 7th of the playoffs to tie it at 1. Take a look at this pass by Taves. His playoff point streak now at 12 games. Taves sets a new franchise record previously held by Stan Mikita. 9 minutes left. Nicholas Chalmerson. Long shot stopped. Marian Hossa the chance for the rebound. Rob Blake jumps in to deny him. Early in the third, Niemi going to work. Dan Boyle measures up the slap shot. Thornton's rebound attempt and a nice save there. Later, Devin Setaguchi takes the centering pass and a rocket no. 7 minutes left after a shot block by Taves.
Breakaway possibly for Bolin. David Bolin walks in. He scores!
Check out the move by Bolin, squeezing the puck into a very small opening. 4th goal of the playoffs. Hawks lead 2-1, but just 4.5 left. Niemi shuts down a shot from the point, but the first rebound by Marleau stuffs in his 2nd goal to tie it at 2. They went to overtime, and right now we're still in overtime. 8 minutes to go, tied 2-2. We will bring you post-game live as soon as that game goes final. Chris Bowden and Steve Conrad will bring you Smirnoff Blackhawks post-game live. They'll have complete highlights, Joe Quenneville's press conference, plus reaction from both locker rooms. And they'll answer your emails. It's all coming up on Blackhawks postgame live as soon as this game goes final. Baseball now. Mark Buehrle on the mound tonight. The White Sox starting interleague play against the Marlins. Buehrle was looking for his first win in more than a month. His last win coming on April 11th. The good news is Buehrle won his last 5 interleague decisions, 19-6 in interleague play over his career. He gets some run support early in this one. Bottom of the second, 2 on for Alexi Ramirez, and that one's going to the wall. 2-run double. White Sox with the lead. Same score in the 4th inning. We fast forward, Mark Kotsay leading off this inning and leading it off to right. That is deep and out. The solo shot in a hurry. Kotsay goes 3 for 4, 3-run score to the night. Sox up 3-0. As for Buehrle, he was cruising. Top of the 5th. Fly ball to center. Watch Alex Rios coming in for the sliding catch. Buehrle working on the shutout through 5. Top 6. Runner on second. Buehrle gets Jorge Cantu to fly out to right. Quint makes the catch, then doubling up Gabby Sanchez at second, inning over. We go to the 6th. Sox up 4-0, and they blow this one wide open. 2 on for Ramirez. He comes through with a 3-run jack here. He was 2 for 4, driving in 5. The White Sox lead 8-0. Top of the 7th, Buehrle still on cruise control, freezing Wes Helms with a fastball. Then in the 8th inning, Buehrle with a nasty slider to Cameron Maben, one of his 3 strikeouts. Buehrle goes 8, gives up just 3 hits. Sox win 8-0, and Buehrle finally off the schneid.
This team is a swinging team. Those guys, they're going to swing the bat. The prediction was, my prediction was, Buehrle got a good game today because he can move the ball around, he can change the speed and other stuff. And, I was right.
to me, this is one of the top 3 teams I've faced all year. I mean, they were taking the ball the other way. I mean, I was making good pitches, and they were hitting the ball pretty hard. This is a game that I could see easily going up 4 or 5 runs, like my last 5 outings have been. So I think, to be honest with you, the luck's on my side. A couple base running mistakes I had, double plays, but they were hitting the ball hard. They just hit them right at guys.
And the Blackhawks have just taken a commanding 3-0 series lead in the Western Conference Finals. Dustin Byfuglien with the big goal in overtime. 3-2 Hawks over the Sharks. Stick around because Smirnoff Vodka Blackhawks postgame live is next. Chris and Steve are getting ready for a winning edition of Playoff Postgame Live.
Sports Night on Comcast Sportsnet is presented to you by Dex. Wherever your customers are, Dex can take you there. Dex knows.
Oh, what's the name of your company again?
Mike's Construction.
Mike is getting schooled in internet search by his daughter's boyfriend, Jimmy.
You're nowhere on the internet. I can't even find you.
What?
Fred is working with his Dex One marketing consultant. She helped him improve his online presence and attract new customers. Fred is building on success. Mike?
I should be on the internet somewhere.
He's still getting up to speed.
Nope.
Your business can get all this by calling this 1-877-4DEX now.
Winning more awards for quality and customer service than any other luxury manufacturer the last 10 years says something. Yet the award we value most is the fact that Lexus has had more repeat loyal drivers in more of the last 10 years than any other luxury brand. To express our thanks, we are featuring our best values of the year, giving you unprecedented access to Lexus. Lease the 2010 ES350 for $409 a month for 36 months with $35.95 due at signing at your Lexus dealer.
It's another perfect day out here today.
Can I get you anything else?
We gotta get back to work.
On the move. We even saw a kid taking a bath in a water fountain. Whoop, I spoke too soon. This just in. A freak storm is blowing into the area. We're going to be experiencing hurricane-force winds and dense fog, followed by sheets of driving rain. Stay inside, hunker down, grab a beer. This is going to be a long one.
Buffalo Wild Wings. You have to be
We're
here.
receiving reports of hail the size of... Oh, boy.
Every morning, catch up on everything happening in Chicago sports with Sports Rise. It's the perfect way to start your sports day. Sports Rise every morning only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
There are those who dedicate themselves to a sense of honor, to a life of courage, and a commitment to something greater than themselves. They have always defended this nation and each other. They still do. The few, the proud, the Marines.
Sports Night on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you by the United States Marine Corps. The few, the proud, the Marines.
Nissan's National TED event is going on now. We've made them capable and award-winning. We've made them dependable and inspiring. Now, we've made them easier to get, like Nissan Altima, $199 per month, or 0% financing on most new Nissans. Get to a Nissan dealer today. Hurry, Nissan's National TED event ends soon.
This is Smirnoff Vodka Blackhawks postgame live.
Held in by Campbell. Downstairs for Boland. Out in front Byfuglien. And he scores! Dustin Byfuglien wins it in overtime.
The San Jose Sharks certainly played their hearts out and gave the Blackhawks probably their toughest battle of the series so far in the game that they absolutely needed. They were denied by the Blackhawks. You just saw it there. About 12 and a half minutes into the overtime session, Dustin Byfuglien off a centering pass from Dave Boland, who was in the middle of everything once again tonight.
The Blackhawks own themselves a 3-0 lead in this series and can close it out Sunday afternoon at the United Center. Good evening, everyone. Welcome into Smirnoff Vodka Blackhawks postgame live alongside former Hawks defenseman Steve Conroy. I'm Chris Bowden. Up and down it went. It seemed like they were playing cautiously from about the second period on. Everyone knew what was kind of at stake. No one wanted the Sharks wanted to get some momentum, but not make the crucial mistake while the Hawks were trying to deny that. Things opened up in overtime, it seemed. Antti Niemi, the big story, and then Dustin Byfuglien continues to be a big story in these playoffs.
So many big stories, so many great stories, whether it's Antti Niemi, Dustin Byfuglien, or Dave Bolin, who had another outstanding game, an outstanding performance. Where do you start? But I think we have to start between the pipes. Antti Niemi, absolutely fantastic from beginning to end, especially as you mentioned, when things started to open up in that overtime period. And I thought the Blackhawks were on their heels just a little bit, but Antti was there each and every time. And keep in mind, Yevgeny Nabokov is watching this goaltending clinic, and there's more pressure on him. And if we get a chance to look at this, just prior to Byfuglien scoring, Nabokov looked like he was almost tired or out of it, and he wasn't really paying close attention to the play, and before he knew it was in behind him.
For the second time in this series, Antti Niemi makes 44 saves. He did it in Game 1, did it again tonight, plenty of them in spectacular fashion. I think the Blackhawks have themselves a goaltender. Much more to come, but first we want to take you down to the United Center ice where moments ago our Sarah Kustok caught up with Patrick Kane.
Thank you, Patrick. You guys take a commanding 3-0 series lead. Describe this moment right now.
I don't know what to say, boys. We love you, Chicago. What a crowd, baby. What a crowd. This place is on fire.
You have found success on the road during this playoffs, but what did it take tonight here on your home ice to give the crowd this win?
We haven't been playing that good at home, and we wanted to play good for you guys. You guys have been unbelievable all year. You're the reason we're here, and we love you.
Top to bottom, from the back of the net up to your offense, every player made contributions tonight. How important is that going to be to get to where you want to go?
It's huge. We need everyone to win the Stanley Cup, and I think it's 3-0 right now, but we're not done. We got some business to finish on Sunday, and can you guys get any louder? I don't know, but we'll see Sunday, I guess.
The rock star, Patrick Kane.
He's working him into a frenzy.
Did he ever answer any of Sarah's questions? I'm not quite sure.
Hey, he knows how to work a crowd. I'll tell you, his dad's a car salesman, and I think I know where Patrick gets that from. But yeah, a lot of fan love there, but it was well deserved. The fans have been great all year long, and they've upped it a notch as the players have in the postseason.
Yeah, in the suite we were in watching the game, everyone kind of on the edge of their seats throughout this game, and I'm sure, boy, it always seems we miss the fun moments coming back here to the studio for post-game live.
But as long as it's a win.
As long as it ends up in a win. We'll hear from much more, including Joe Quenneville's post-game press conference, probably hear from Todd McClellan and others from the locker room. We also want to hear from you. If you have a question for Steve, send it to pglchicago@comcastsportsnet.com. We'll get to some of those during the course of the show. We'll get to the highlights from first to third into overtime, but we started talking about the goaltending. Nabokov was sharp tonight, but Antti Niemi, he's in that, I think, Yaroslav Halak range, maybe even better right now, the way he is coming up big when he's needed.
I think better because Halak has stumbled at times, and, I think there's been 2 or 3 games where Halak has actually been pulled. Antti Niemi has been solid throughout, and look at the numbers just from tonight, 44 shots. Or make that 46 shots fired his way, 44 saves, almost a 96% save percentage, which is just mind-boggling. And he won the duel of the 2 goalies. And Nabokov wasn't bad, but he's the one who flinched first, and that's why they lost. And here's some saves that he made earlier in this hockey game. And he just always seemed to be, waiting for the shot, anticipating well, knowing where it was coming. I thought he had a couple of problems with rebound control, especially early in this hockey game. And there you see a couple, but defense did a good job. He did a real good job of stopping second and third opportunities. But, boy, when you get goaltending like that, you're not going to lose many games. And down the other end, early in this game, Nabokov kept him in there. He made some very good saves himself, although he did give up some rebounds. And, you know, I can't wait till we see that overtime goal because I just thought he went to sleep on it.
Yep, Nabokov there, a decent job tonight, but he finds himself 0 for 3 so far. You and I were talking about how many times the Sharks were missing the net. You were noticing that in particular, either wide or a little bit high. I'm not sure if they were getting, this is taking nothing away from Antti Niemi, I don't know if they were getting a little too preoccupied with trying to go high on Antti Niemi because that's what they've been talking about since the series started.
Well, you know, a couple things, and I think you're right, but I think they're looking, you know, he plays so big. They're looking for those corners, whether, you know, it's top corner, bottom corner, and they ended up missing that. And I quickly checked after 3 periods of play, they'd missed the net 10 times, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was higher than that. They missed it a lot in the overtime. All of a sudden, the net looks a lot smaller when the goaltender is stopping everything, and that was the situation tonight.
Let's take you through the story of this game. We will not show you the first period. We will say that, however, it looked like an opportunity for San Jose to go ahead early because they had a goal nullified when Joe Pavelski kicked it in. Probably kicked it a little bit more than it was a mistake, and the refs ended up probably getting the right call.
Well, yeah, if you go by the letter of the book, a distinct kicking motion is any kind of kicking motion, and I think the league will probably change this going into next year. But for this year, anything that looks like you're trying to actually kick the puck, and he did. And, you know, I think he was trying to kick it up to his stick and get his stick on it. Unfortunately for Pavelski, couldn't get his stick on it.
That came just 1:51 into the game after Dave Bolland went to the box for the first of 3 penalties that he would serve on this night. And for a while, until it was reviewed, it looked like, you know, a little bit of the air was taken out of the United Center. But the Blackhawks have rallied from 1-0 deficit in Game 1 earlier in this series. So it was scoreless after 1 period of play. The Blackhawks with a 12-10 advantage in shots. I think they had the upper hand. If not, it was San Jose. Can't quite recall. But the highlights driven by Nissan, which we pick up in the second period. And here's Andrew Ladd laying the lumber on Joe Thornton.
Andrew Ladd's about 200 pounds. Thornton's 230. And Andrew Ladd wins that battle, but there'll be another one later on.
Yep, and the play continues here. And here's some of Niemi's workmanship in the net there on Heatley in the early going. Then Joe Pavelski here misses a wide open opportunity.
Yeah, and this is where the net starts to look smaller. You're looking for those openings. He's got a wide open net. He puts it high and a little wide. And from here, you get a good look at it, slowing it down. Yes, it's a one-timer, but he's got a lot to net to shoot at.
Closing seconds of a 5-on-3 situation. Boland, one of those in the box, and they finally cash in here. Patrick Marleau.
Yeah, great job by Pavelski. Watch the carom off the glass, and look at how he controls it. Maybe he gets a little lucky off his stick, off his skate, and then finally Patrick Marleau, who's got a great shot. And as you mentioned, Niemi gets a piece of it, not quite enough.
And then the Sharks would go in the penalty box. Logan Couture, I'm not sure how wise the penalty was, and a big mix-up behind that, goes in for a slash. A little over a minute later, Patrick Sharp off a beautiful setup from Jonathan Toews.
Yeah, record-setting assist for Jonathan Toews. 12 straight games with at least a point, breaking Stan Mikita's record. And from this angle, watch him thread the needle. Oh, just behind a skate, a stick, and right onto the tape of Jonathan, make that Patrick Kane. And Stan's real happy, even though his record's been broken.
Yep, he can live with that from one captain to another. And then Marian Hossa continues to be snake-bitten. Rob Blake actually made this save.
Yeah, he is. Look at him looking skyward. And in defense of Hossa, he gets jammed here. He moves the puck. The puck's in a kind of an awkward area, but a great kick save and a beauty by Rob Blake.
And then the Boland line was all over the ice tonight. They continue to have pressure late here.
Yeah, and they're doing their job. And they didn't get out there every single time Joe Thornton was on the ice. But they got out there enough, and they're creating a lot of their own chances.
The third period was one in which the Sharks outshot the Hawks 18-6. They really wanted this one, but Niemi would have none of it.
Yeah, he was just rock solid and playing relatively deep in his net, and just, you know, gave up a rebound there, but was quick to cover the second attempt.
And here another flurry. Setaguchi gets denied after a couple of chances here. We'll see Setaguchi wind up. And then Niemi able to cover up. And then we go the other way. And here is Dave Boland.
Dave Boland had only been out of the penalty box, his third penalty, for about 30 seconds. And a huge block by Jonathan Toews. Look at the guys hugging on the bench. That's what a big goal it was. Watch number 19, sacrificing the body. Dave Boland off to the races, and he's got great skill. Gets Nabokov down, and watch him put it off that left post. Wasn't a lot of room there, but he slides it off the post in behind Niemi. They had a great shot of the coaching staff, too, giving each other high fives.
Yeah, so that's with 7 minutes to go. So you think the Blackhawks are golden, but unfortunately that's not the case, and Patrick Marleau's having himself a big series.
Yeah, he is. Unfortunately, the captain, Jonathan Toews, loses a draw. It starts to head out to the point. Probably should have stayed back, and Marleau right place, right time. No one can get his stick. He's a big body, and he ties the game late.
41 shots for San Jose through 60 minutes of action, so we headed to overtime here, and then Joe Thornton gets a little payback on Ladd.
Yeah, well, there's the weight advantage there, 230 pounds on 200, and that's a good hit, and he does have a long memory. Remembered that at the beginning of the second period, it was Ladd who put him down.
And then about 4 minutes in here, or rather 6 minutes in here, great chance by that Bolin line once again. Nabokov up to the task. A tip and attempt by Andrew Ladd, and Nabokov able to get his glove in the way. And just about midway through overtime, Patrick Kane with a nice move to get around a defender, but again, it's Nabokov coming up huge.
Yeah, got around McGinn, and it looks like he gets it off the blocker. It gets skyward. He covers it quickly, and down the other end, he just keeps making those saves there. Shot wide again, though, but this one is going to be on net. Big blast, stop by Niemi. Goes out to the other point, stop by Niemi again.
He was just swallowing up the puck tonight. And then under 8 minutes to go, this sets up your winner. And again, it goes behind the net. Dave Bolin is there, and he looks for Buff.
Yeah, watch Nabokov, and it started earlier than that. He kind of overslid his crease, but if you pay attention to Nabokov, he just comes back into his crease, very nonchalant, looking over his shoulder, not aware that the puck had been centered. Great centering pass there by Dave Bolin through a couple of sets of legs.
And there's the Dustin Bufflin, how do you like me now pose. And 22,000 plus in the house certainly liked him right there, as did all of his teammates, to give him that 3-2 overtime victory. There's a look at your stats. Blackhawks doing a much better job in the face-off circle after some struggles against Vancouver and earlier in the series against San Jose. Let's go out to the United Center. Todd McClellan at the podium.
Yourself, what now? I mean, what now? No, we know what now. What now is to regroup and come back with the same effort. Like, there's really nothing else we can do. I was really happy with the way our team played. To a man, whether it was from goaltender, D-man forwards. We made a few mistakes. They scored some goals, but I thought it was a hell of a game. But the reality is we're down 3-0, and it happened a week ago with two good teams playing, and Philadelphia found a way to come back. So there's something to draw on there. Plus the fact that we've been in the series, I think, for every minute. That's got to leave us feeling good. But we know we're in a hole, and we got to dig our way out.
Stay in the middle, Craig. Go ahead.
Todd, 4 goals over the last 2 games for Patrick Marleau. Can you just describe what you're seeing from him over
I've had the pleasure of seeing Patty play now for 200 and some games, probably, or 160 games anyhow, and that's as good as I've seen him play. Determined, committed, working real hard all over the rink, and real proud of him. He needs to bring it again.
Go to the left side, Ray. Go ahead.
Todd, can you?
Where are we? Sorry, Ray.
Oh, quite all right.
I'm ready to answer the phone over here.
Okay. Well, you want to take a couple of minutes?
Yeah.
Can you break down the last goal for us?
Well, it was a breakdown in D-zone coverage. They did a really good job of keeping the puck alive at the blue line. Released it behind the net. We jumped down with our centerman, Scotty, and they basically no-looked at net front. Bufflin got lost out high in the zone, and one timed it into the net. It was, I don't know if we can blame one individual. Collectively, we shouldn't allow the puck to come in there free, and we've got to be aware of the shooter. The guy behind the net's not dangerous. Obviously, the guy in the slot is.
Stay in the same area, Mark.
Mark,
David, go ahead.
it's okay. Coach, you always talk about these games being revolving around special teams. You guys got the 1 power play goal with a 2-man advantage, but there were a lot of missed opportunities. Is that also kind of...
Yeah, if there was a part of our game that, we have to go back and improve. We had opportunities in the third period on the power play where we could have either got the lead or established ourselves in the game, and we didn't do that. And I'd like to see our power play a little bit sharper, but remember, they're a very, very good penalty killing team. They've got this far because of it.
Same spot.
Yeah. Why can't you get over the hump against these guys, do you think, to sum up?
Well, we're still on the hump. I don't think we're quite under it yet. You know what? It's good hockey. There's 4 teams left. Sometimes the bounces go your way, sometimes they don't. I can't walk in the dressing room tomorrow and approach that group and say they didn't give an effort, they didn't work hard, they didn't give us everything they had. It's pretty simple. It just didn't go our way tonight, and we had enough looks at the net. What we have to do now is bottle that game up and find a way to score one more than they do on Sunday afternoon.
Anything further? Take one more. Dan, right in front.
It's simple, but is Niemi just playing this well? I mean, is he just playing that well?
No, he's playing well. There's no doubt about it. But again, you look at, I think Danny Heatley had a great opportunity. Ryan Clough had a great opportunity, and they're both very good goal scorers and didn't get the puck up. And he's very, very quick, very athletic down low. Made some tremendous saves for him. Nabby in our goal was very, very solid when we needed him to. It was a very well played game by both teams.
Good for him. Thanks very much, Coach.
All right, Sharks head coach Todd McCullough, after his team lost a tough one, probably the best game that they played so far in this series from start to finish. And we wanted to get to some emails from you at pglchicago.com. And this one from the Iceman. We were talking a little bit about this, how oftentimes from the Iceman, the Blackhawks were icing the puck tonight, and how that factored in. Looked like after the icing that allowed San Jose to tie the game, the Blackhawks looked tired the rest of the period. I thought the officiating tonight was awful. Maybe not comment on that, but on the icing situation.
Well, yeah, along with the icing, with the turnovers, there was a number of turnovers by the Blackhawks inside their own zone, and I thought that it was going to end up costing them. And whether it was great recoveries or great saves by Antti Niemi, got him out of it. And with the icings, sometimes when you've got it going on in the faceoff circle, you're not as hesitant to ice the puck. And they certainly had it going on in the faceoff department, almost 60%. Yeah. And you look at a guy like John Madden, 12-3 in the faceoff circle. So ask any coach, he'll take an icing before a turnover. So, I don't mind that as much, but they were running around a little bit more in this game than they did in the previous two.
And along those lines, San Jose, the #1 team in faceoffs by 55.6% during the regular season, which I think was a 3% gap ahead of the next best team. Waiting to hear from Joe Quenneville here at the podium, as well as other Blackhawks that are coming in. We're getting react from the locker room. How concerned should I be that the Hawks have allowed so many shots to the Sharks? That from Steve in Davenport, Iowa.
Well,
as long as you got Antti Niemi there.
You're up 3-0. I'd be more concerned if I was a San Jose Shark fan, because, I look at, Heatley had 6 shots. Setaguchi had 5. Pavelski had 4. Thornton had 4. That's 19 shots from, 4 of the best shooters in the NHL, and they came up with Cobb. They had no goals. So, those guys have to start looking at themselves in the mirror, and you got to give Antti Niemi a pat on the back, too. He's just been outstanding.
Yep. Marleau, the only guy really coming through in this series for the Sharks so far. 5 goals in 3 games. And let's see, was one of those a power play goal today? Yeah, one of them was. So 3 of those goals have been on the power play. That says a lot for Antti Niemi and what the Hawks are doing defensively. Here's a look at our total hockey power play summary from tonight's game. There you see the power play differential. I believe on the official score sheet they had a 1 for 6. Oh, it's a 1 for 1 on that 5-on-3 situation, just as it is about to expire. So 1 for 6 compared to just 2 whistles called against the Sharks. I'm not quite sure if they're that clean, but there you see a look at the total time, and that certainly plays into all the shots on goal as well with all that.
Yeah, and you've got to certainly discount that. I haven't looked up the power play shot numbers for the San Jose Sharks.
Here's the one tonight on the 5-on, or rather the Blackhawks goal right here, but then the Sharks were able to score theirs on the 5-on-3. This is the Hawks go on, but just beautiful stuff.
Yeah, and look at Byfuglien trading traffic. Murray was all concerned about Dustin Byfuglien. That leaves the back door open. That's exactly where Patrick Sharp is. An off wing playing the one-time position, and he one-timed it into an open net.
And there you see the numbers for the captain. Seriously, Johnny with 12 consecutive points, or 12 consecutive games in which he has at least 1 point. It was a couple of helpers tonight, and he has raised his NHL playoff scoring NHL playoff scoring lead as he continues to set the pace there. Here's Andrew Ladd in the locker room a few moments ago after this overtime win.
Yeah, I thought we did a good job of sticking to what we want to do as a team, and pretty exciting game to watch. It's pretty back and forth, and a lot of offense.
How important was it for you guys to keep your focus with the game plan, knowing that San Jose, this was a must-win for them?
It was huge. We've been good all year of regrouping after a team coming back late or being in tough situations, and I thought we did that again tonight. We came in during the intermission, regrouped, and thought we were really strong in overtime.
1 win away now from the Stanley Cup Finals.
Yeah, it's exciting. We know they're going to be a dangerous team from now on. They got nothing to lose, and obviously I got a lot of great players over there, so we got to give our best game of the year on Sunday.
What was the talk like in the dressing room before overtime? First?
Not much. I think just sticking to what we've been doing. when the game kind of doesn't go your way sometimes, I think you start to do things out of character, but we just wanted to keep doing the same things, simple, and getting pucks to the net, and I thought we did that.
Did the hotel thing help at all staying this afternoon, I think?
Yeah, it was good. It worked out well. You know, it just gives you the whole day to be with the team and to be focused on the goal at hand, and you know, so I thought it worked really well.
Yeah, I think the hotel thing, it might become habit after tonight's game. Although they'd have to go tomorrow night since they have an afternoon game. Andrew Ladd,
that's right.
Even though he splashed some water on me in Nashville on the bench during before one of my pregame interviews, I love the guy, and he's kind of the unsung hero of this line. Had a big goal the other night, but again, he was a part of the Boland-Havlet line last year, and then here he is with Versteeg, and that line certainly came up big again this evening.
Yeah, you know, he's got so many great attributes. He's a big guy who skates very well, and he thinks defense first, and he'll chip in with the odd offensive rush or goal, and we saw that first goal in San Jose in game number 2, which was a huge momentum swing for the Chicago Blackhawks, because up to that point, San Jose had really been outplaying them. So I cannot get over how strong he is on his skates, and I've met his dad a couple of times. His dad's bigger than he is, and you know, Andrew's 6'2", 200 pounds. His dad's a lot bigger than that, but he absolutely blew Joe Thornton off his skates.
And Todd McClellan was talking about mixing up some of the lines tonight, and you know, for the most part, he did it. I mean, he didn't come out and say, but there was a lot of mixing and matching going on. We'll touch on that a little bit in a moment, because Joel Quenneville is now at the podium.
First question for Coach. Right there on the left, Coach. Go ahead.
Did Dave Boland show that he's more than just a defensive-minded center tonight?
No, we know Boley is. He's got some offensive touch. He sees plays. You know, it was a great goal, basically coming out of the box, and a great play to Buff in overtime. And you know, I still think he's effective in a lot of ways, but he's really picked up his game come the playoffs, and you know, kind of where he was all last year. So we're very happy and pleased with his contribution and a couple of huge plays tonight.
Straight up to middle, Coach.
Coach, obviously both teams playing very well, but the fact is you're still up 3-0. How confident are you guys right now?
Well, we're fortunate tonight. I thought our goalie was you can use any adjective, but the best superlative to describe his performance tonight, great or spectacular, was deserving. And you know, I think that we rode on that, particularly even in overtime. But he was big, several key saves. We're going to end a little bit too much tonight, but at the same time, we battled hard. It was a fast-paced game. Again, the series is being played where both teams are very competitive, and there's you know, I think they got some guys that can make plays they got to be respectful for, and I think you know, we still want to concentrate and doing a better job checking.
Stay up to middle, Coach.
Joel, can you break down the winning goal for us as you saw what happened?
Well, we had you know, we had a little bit of time in their zone, which we're on the receiving end for most of the overtime, and you know, Boley made a nice little play behind the net, nice little seam pass, Buff in the high slot, you know, finished it with a great shot. But it was I think the quality was it seemed like it was only at the one end. That was quality coming against us in overtime, but it was certainly very fitting when Buff with a great shot.
Go front right, Craig.
Joel, Patrick Marleau has 4 goals over the course of 2 games here. What has he been able to do against you guys to have that success?
Well, he's you know, he's got some speed, and he's, you know, he's a top player, and I think that you know, he's a guy we got to be aware of, and certainly you know, they got several guys offensively that are dangerous and are threats, and but certainly his speed and quickness and his shot are all high end. Let's make an awareness that he's got a hot stick.
Go ahead.
Joel, we've heard their coach and their players talk about their attitude going into Sunday. What's yours?
Well, we'll address that with the group tomorrow. Certainly, we want to feel like that's the most important game we're going to play all year, and that's the incentive and that's the motivation. And we know we got to be better than we were tonight, and that's our approach.
Stay on the left side, go ahead.
Joel, I mean, we know you're not going to go too far ahead here, but do you think this team is peaking at the right time right now, the way they're playing?
Well, we've had good stretches throughout the year, and I think right now we've progressed with a real nice swing on that road trip there. We had some momentum coming here at home. The building was spectacular tonight. Nice to see us get a home win as well. And but you know, momentum's an important thing come playoff time, but you want to keep it as long as you can, and you know, let's be excited about about the next game.
Stay on the left side there, Coach.
Joel, you've been able to keep this team's focus, and now 1 win away from the Stanley Cup Finals. How will you keep their focus now at home Is it another hotel? What are you going to do to keep them focused?
No, well, I think we got a pretty good group of veterans that have been through big games and big situations, and the experience that we brought in from last year's team and the experience that we went through last year is going to help us in situations like that. And I think games that you got a chance to win a series, our focus has been pretty good throughout these playoffs, even last year as well. And I just think that, you had a John Madden host, the guys that played in the Olympics, playing for gold medals. I think that those experiences is something that can come out at a critical time like we're in now.
Take a few more on the right side, Jesse.
Joel, going into last year's playoffs, you wouldn't think that Buff would emerge as a postseason star now 2 years in a row. What is it about him that you think is doing this for him?
Well, Buff is he's moving well. He's got some speed behind his game. I think he's got some quickness that that consistency of his game that we're looking to him improving upon. And this year is kind of representative of last year's regular season, and this year's playoffs taken off where last year's playoffs were. And I think that line's been very productive and very effective in a lot of ways. I think he definitely complements Taser and Kaner with his presence at the net and his size, and I think there's a factor. I think everybody brings a little bit something different to the table, and I think that line's really been a big factor in the series. And Buff is we like the way things are going with him.
Here, go to the back left corner.
Joel, could you just talk about the PK again? The 6 chances for them. You had only 2 power plays, and you guys really had to work overtime on the PK tonight.
Yeah, three in the third were all big. You got through it. A couple of big saves. Some loose pucks hanging around that were in dangerous situations, and we either got to them or the save was there made by Enti, who was large, especially in the PK situation for us. And our PK's been pretty effective all year. And we did have some of our key guys killing penalties in the box tonight, and I think we got through it a couple times, and we're fortunate.
Thank you very much, Coach.
Thank you.
All right, Joel Quenneville answering lots of questions. Wouldn't commit to going to the hotel tomorrow night, just yet, I don't think. Before we head to break, and we got a ton of emails coming in from you, and we'll get to those, as much of those as we can here. We were talking a little about what Todd McClellan was trying to do, maybe trying to keep Joel defensively off balance with mixing some things up. But there are other times when we saw the lines as we've seen them the first couple of games. I think Todd's just kind of grasping at straws here, trying to mix things up and keep them off balance.
Oh, yeah, I don't know if he's grasping at straws. I like the line combinations tonight. I think if I was a San Jose Shark fan, I'd be possibly looking to get 4 full lines. He's dressing 1 less forward. He's got the 7 defensemen. He's doing that for his own reasons. But as a result, for the most part, he's putting out 3 lines. And for the most part, he had split up the Joe Thornton line. And it kind of seemed to work. And at times, he had those guys together. But for the most part, I know one time, each of the 3 big guys, whether it was Thornton, Heatley, or Marlowe, were on separate lines. So it seemed to work.
All right, much more locker room reaction still ahead. We're glad you've switched on over to us here on Comcast Sportsnet. So Smirnoff Vodka Blackhawks postgame live. Also, your emails, as we said, as we head to our first break. Finally, here is our Toyota text poll question of the night. Is this series over? A, yes. B, no. Text A or B to 53695. Your standard messaging fees apply, or just log on to csnchicago.com to vote. The results coming up later in the show. We'll be back.
Comcast gives you access to over 2,000 choices in the best HD picture quality in Chicago. Plus, get 10,000 on-demand titles to pick and play whenever you're ready. Call 1-888-4-BEST-TV.
There's nothing like seeing Blackhawks hockey in stunning high definition. And there's nothing like watching the biggest new DVD releases on breathtaking Blu-ray. Bring home the best in home entertainment with the Sylvania HD LCD flat screen and the outstanding Sylvania Blu-ray disc player. Available today at Sears.
When you want Chicago sports news, Comcast Sportsnet has you covered. Start your day with Sports Rise from 5 to 10 a.m. Tune in on your lunch break for Sports Day at noon. Then at 5:30, sit down with David Kaplan and the hottest names in sports for Chicago Tribune Live. Wrap up the evening with Sports Night at 6:30, 10, 10:30 at midnight. And before and after every game, we'll break down the action on pre- and post-game live. We've got you covered at Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
CSNChicago.com.
The best place for breaking news and behind-the-scenes access.
The most blogs and insiders, and everything outside the box score.
CSNChicago.com, your destination for everything White Sox.
He make everybody around him better, too. That's no question.
Your internet home for all things Cubs.
When we go into these different towns, he wants that other pitching staff to know that we can swing the bat.
CSNChicago.com, a fan's best friend online.
Quad Cities. Build a backyard of your dreams at the Swim Spa Hot Tub and Sauna Show this weekend. See rows and rows of hot tubs, saunas, and swim spas, over 40 to choose from. This is the largest display of spas in the bi-state. Text spa sale to 41513. Get a $1,000 value pack free. Quad Cities, the Swim Spa Hot Tub and Sauna Show is this weekend only at the QCCA Expo Center. Don't miss the largest hot tub sale of the year. Admission is free. For info, log on to poolandspashow.com or call 1-800-SPA-SALE. That's 1-800-SPA-SALE.
Spirit Hollow Golf Course in Burlington, Iowa, one of Iowa's most prestigious and challenging courses. The tight tree-lined fairways, rolling hills, and open prairie offer a truly unique golfing experience. Enjoy a championship course close to home and at an amazing rate. Stay and play at Pizzazz, featuring Catfish Bend Casino, the elegant Catfish Bend Inn and Spa, and Fun City. Call 866-898-9349 or go online at SpiritHollowGolfCourse.com for reservations and specials.
Success in MMA requires extreme dedication, safe training, and lessons learned by experience. The same methods apply to motorcycle safety. As a native from Illinois, I understand how dangerous riding can be in the land of Lincoln. That's why I always ride a bike that I can handle. It's simple. Riders, be seen, don't drink and ride, and always ride a bike you can handle. If I have to fight in my class, shouldn't you ride in yours?
The +3 from Game 3 the other night. Hammerlick and Halak doing the job defensively for the Canadians. On the not list, well, that's where you'll find the Flyer players. Matt Carl, a -3, as was Blair Betts. And Michael Layton did not have a shutout last night against Montreal. Let's go to Kane and Taves. Hopefully Patrick's a little more subdued at the podium at the United Center.
It's pretty exciting. It's an exciting time of year. I think everyone's looking forward to see what we can do next game, and obviously you want to close it out here at home.
Stay in the middle there, guys. Rich, go ahead.
Yeah, can you both talk about Buff? His game really is at the top of its form right now. Just give us your comments about what he's doing.
Well, he's just he's keeping his game simple, and he's getting open. He's working hard in the corners. He's going to the net, and when you do that, he's got a great shot, a great set of hands. You're going to get chances, playing with some good players. Bully made a great play there at the end, and Buff was in the right spot. He just seems to find the open space lately, and that's why he's scoring goals. He's going to the tough areas. So great shot by him. Just had to put it on net, and it's nice to see him get another big one for us. He's on a heck of a tear. He's playing very confident, and but he's not making it out to be anything more than that. So we're expecting that he's going to keep it up.
Same spot there, guys.
Patrick, last year you guys would say it could be a special year. This year you guys haven't said that. What's the approach to game and not looking too far ahead now that you're a win away from the Stanley Cup Finals?
I think probably the biggest thing would be expectations from who we have in that dressing room, our teammates, ourselves, the organization, the fans, the people in the city of Chicago, and it seems like those expectations from the beginning of the year, everyone expected us to get to this point. So, and we did ourselves too. So it's I think last year it was almost like we were in the situation where